Good morning.
Quick with the mic. Actually, no, we'll be fine.
Good morning, good morning. Please settle down. We have a really tight schedule today, so we want to get started as soon as we possibly can and on schedule. We have people that need to catch flights, so we need to go ahead and get started. I want to welcome you to our conference, Capital Matters, Race, Gender, and Entrepreneurship, sponsored by the Samuel Du Bois Cook Center on Social Equity here at Duke University. Want to extend a special welcome to our special guests, which includes all of you. But in particular, I want to extend a welcome to all of our government officials, to the J.P. Morgan Foundation, Asset Funders Network, and also to our Hispanic serving institutions, as well as our HBCU faculty and staff who have ventured here to be at this conference today. And so we are going to move according to the schedule, and we're going to start with just a short 2-minute video about Dr. Cook, for whom the center is named, and about the Samuel Du Bois Cook Center. And then we will proceed with remarks from Dr. Bolden, Dean of the Fuqua School of Business, who is here. Thank you.
Organizations that fight racism in the workplace and in social settings. Our research center is one with a focus on understanding inequality and designing remedies for inequality.
You should be exposed to these sorts of things at a young age because none develop your character later on in life.
Everybody. So I am very pleased to welcome you all to the business school, and I'm thrilled that we can host this event for at least 2 reasons. Number one, the problem that you're tackling is profoundly important. If you look at the role of entrepreneurship as a pathway to dignity, respect, opportunity, and sometimes prosperity, The data are preposterous in terms of it looks like it's a game where most talent has to sit on the sidelines, and unless you are a white male, you are being excluded from the capital that's a critical element of being able to be a successful founder. And so the problem is incredibly important in terms of we've excluded large swaths of society, which is completely inappropriate. The second reason why I'm so happy to host this group is that the Cook Center has convened an extraordinary group of people. Some of the most sharpest, brightest, extraordinary talent to tackle this profoundly important problem. And so I'm really happy that we can play a small role in what is such an important set of topics as you're discussing the next 2 days. As the only person in this room who completely lacks expertise on the topic that you're going to tackle, let me weigh in and give you my 2 cents, which is worth exactly that, probably. But what I believe is if you look at the actual data and these incredible disparities, it is not an IQ problem. If you look at what's happened in the business world, there's no question that the business case for diversity and inclusion has been made again and again and again. And if it were just an IQ problem, then presumably capital would flow to unlock this potential, to be able to make more money, create more opportunity, and so on. And I have to tell you, if you don't know this, people in the VC community are extremely bright. They have high IQ. And so, again, if it was just an IQ issue, I think that we wouldn't be where we are today. We wouldn't be having this conference. Instead, in my opinion, it's what I call a DQ issue. And when I say DQ, I'm not talking about Dairy Queen, if you're wondering. I'm talking about a decency quotient. And the thing is that if we live in a world where privilege is invisible to those who have it, and of course the converse of that is for people who have that privilege, the barriers to others are also invisible. If that's the situation that we face, then this is an issue around decency, which is if we look at the data and we see these disparities, then we have to recognize something isn't working. And if we care about other people, if we want to give people the opportunity to do better, to make more of their lives, then we need to tackle this issue and we need to address it soundly as a question of decency. What can we do to solve this problem when it should not exist? And so with that, I apologize. I'm the one who has to catch a plane. I'm headed to China. And so I very much regret that I won't be able to stay and learn from all of you as you discuss these really important questions. So I wish you all great conversations and great insight. Thank you all so much.
Yes. Good morning. So my name is Joe Antolin. I'm serve as the Executive Director of the Asset Funders Network, and we're excited to be part of this panel this morning. I'm going to let each of the speakers introduce themselves, but but I will say that there's at least 3 new reports that are from this panel, and Clinton Boyd is going to be focusing on Black Wall Street.
Yes, with the historic Hayti district.
So it's a pretty wide-ranging discussion. but I think that we'll get to a lot of key topics that'll be of interest to you. And so, Mbalo, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is Mbalu Kamara, and I'm a third-year PhD student in public policy with an economics concentration at the Sanford School of Public Policy, which is right across the street.
Hello, everybody. My name is Dr. Clinton Boyd Jr. I'm a postdoctoral associate at the Samuel Du Bois Cook Center on Social Equity, and I'll be briefly sharing with you all today some of the information I've gathered from the historic Hayti District report that I'm putting together.
Hi, I'm William Darity, better known as Sandy. I'm the director of the Samuel Du Bois Cook Center on Social Equity. And I want to say at the outset, thank you to Dr. Gwen Wright for the amazing organizational effort she's done here.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Tom Shapiro. I'm the director of the Institute on Assets and Social Policy at the Heller School at Brandeis University. And indeed, it is a pleasure to be here. And my great appreciation to Gwen as well, as you know, I'm one of those that send the last-minute PowerPoints.
So I'm going to take a moment to talk a little bit about the Asset Funders Network because I'm willing to bet that none of you have heard of it. The Asset Funders Network is a philanthropy supporting organization, but we're a little bit different than a lot of philanthropy supporting organizations because we include financial institutions at the table that we convene. It's a national organization. It's focused on 7 different issue areas that are about asset building and wealth building, because we think that the focus has been for too long in this country and in philanthropy on income and not wealth building. We're pretty new. We've been in existence 11 years, but the truth is we've only been a national organization with members across the country in 6 years. We gather regional tables as well as state and city focus tables around the country. One of our projects actually is a Southern debt reduction initiative where our last convening was in Durham, where we're trying to focus on medical, student debt, and fees and fines, and which are all wealth stripping activities of institutions. It has nothing to do with what individuals do or don't do or choose. It has to do with the way the system is stacked against folks. And I don't mean to sound like our president in saying something is stacked against folks. The reason we're here is that in 2015, we engaged Dr. Mariko Chang-Pyle to focus on the women's wealth gap. At the time, we were concerned that all of the women's foundations and all of the focus of the advocacy was on the women's income gap and not the wealth gap. And in comparison to the income gap, the wealth gap was 4 or 5 times greater. In general, what we found in that first brief, after she had gone through the research and really sort of digested it for researchers, which can be found at assetfunders.org and our website, in which she just presented the same research to a House committee looking at the wealth gap, is that women have less than 10 cents to the dollar of men in terms of wealth, and Black and Latinx women have literally nothing in compared to white men in terms of their wealth, right? Those numbers have changed a little bit over the years, but not much. That led us to sit down and talk to a bunch of funders and say, you know, what should we be doing about this? Because one of the things that we discovered was that nobody was investing in strategies to grow women's wealth in any intentional way. It was happening accidentally. Since then, with the help of the Texas Women's Foundation, the Chicago Foundation for Women, the New York Foundation for Women, JP Morgan Chase, Wells Fargo, and Prudential, we've been able to sort of fund a series of briefs focusing on millennial women, women who are 45 to 65, women who are business owners and entrepreneurs, where Sandy and Mbalo were the chief authors, and and we're really grateful for the work that they've done. One more to be coming out about what happens, what are the predatory practices that harm women once they've retired. That whole series is galvanizing a group of funders and advocates and researchers into what's called the Closing the Women's Wealth Gap Initiative, which is really focusing on how do you have intentional strategies, how do you launch public policy changes in a state-by-state basis. Most of this won't be federal, most of this will be local. And so we feel very proud of that whole effect, and we think that this research, this briefing is helping to get people to a common language, which is really, if you've done any advocacy, you know that common language and common facts are really key to sort of moving the needle forward. A couple of things that I quickly wanted to say here is that just sort of foundationally, by 2015, nearly 2 out of 3 mothers in U.S. households were either the sole, the primary, or at least providing a co-breadwinner in the household, providing at least 25% of income in the household. It's probably not news to you, but reducing it to a statistic is helpful. That the long-term financial security of American families obviously is tied to women in a way that we still have a lot of systemic assumptions that deny that fact. When you look at women's businesses, they're growing at a fast rate, but what we learned is that less than 2% of capital is being made available to women's businesses. So despite the growth, the system's really not there to support them. And as a result, they don't grow as much, they're not as big of a wealth producer. There's all kinds of problems in terms of what that limits in terms of our economy. And I'm the least expert of the folks here at this panel, so I'm going to not say anything more about that. I think the other issue is that it's not just women, but then when you sort of do the intersection of women and race, particularly Latinx and Black women are much more handicapped by the systems and the biases that exist in our markets, and that has to change. So the more that we call it out, the more that we shine a spotlight on it, the more that we try and get folks at our tables to be thinking about intentionally reversing that, the more possibility there is. There are 4 things that our brief, that the asset funders brief on women owners really pointed out, and that is that there is a lack of access to capital. The sector segregation continues to be a problem in terms of how much potential wealth can be generated, how much of a share of the economy women have, that there are not enough supportive networks and mentors for women as business owners. And that business education and training is not something that we are fostering among women in our higher education institutions or in other ways. And so these are all things that can be intentionally fixed moving forward. And we have a lot of suggestions that our authors help to research that are working in various places. None of them are what you would call viral or easily found in more than one place. So we need to do a lot of work in that area. So I'm going to cut it at that point, but we have these 5 briefs that help to sort of create a foundation. We're trying to get financial institutions and national and regional and local funders to rethinking about this, to sort of rethink where they're putting their money, and hopefully we can change the pattern here. And with that, Balu, would you like to be the first one, or Dr. Dougherty? Okay. Are you speaking up there?
Okay. Make sure I knew how to do this. Good morning, everybody.
Morning, Sandy.
I just learned couple of days ago that although I'm not a routine coffee drinker, as many people are, that for health reasons, I should be drinking more coffee. So I'm going to start this morning after my presentation is over. So the Samuel Du Bois Cook Center on Social Equity is focused on inequality, the scope of inequality, and remedies for inequality. And our emphasis has been on 5 areas: education, employment, health, wealth, and political participation. And we've been concerned about examining inequality both from an individual standpoint and a group level. At the group level, our stress has been on race, ethnicity, gender, and religious differences. In the context of this particular conference, we want to explore an allied arena, business ownership, and with a particular stress here on business ownership differences by race and gender. With support from Ted Archer and JP Morgan Chase, we have been urged to contribute to an evidence-based foundation for the design of positive change with respect to racial differences in business ownership. This has resulted in 2 reports, one of which we developed at the Samuel Du Bois Cook Center in conjunction with the Institute on Assets and Social Policy. That report is the one that I'm going to talk about this morning, called Entering Entrepreneurship. There's a companion report that we've collaboratively developed with the Institute on Assets and Social Policy at Brandeis University, which is called Redefining Risk, and Tom Shapiro will talk about that shortly. Entering Entrepreneurship is devoted to an analysis of the ways in which folks become business owners, while Redefining Risk focuses on the ways in which people exit from business ownership. So essentially, we're covering both ends of the bookshelf. In addition, as Joe Antolin mentioned, we also prepared a report called Unlocking Assets for the Asset Funders Network, which is on women, wealth, and business ownership. So in my initial remarks, which I'm going to share the stage with Mbalu Kamara, who has helped co-author Entering Entrepreneurship. In my initial remarks, I'm going to draw upon Entering Entrepreneurship, but I'm also going to draw upon some elements of the report that we prepared for the Asset Funders Network. So let me begin by talking about the landscape of racial business ownership gap, the landscape. And that landscape actually is quite staggering in its dimensions. Okay. So if we look at the left portion of this slide, we report on evidence that the top American Fortune 500 firms each generate more in annual revenue than all of the black-owned businesses combined. Okay. If you look at the upper right-hand portion of this, you can see that Walmart has $514 billion in revenue, 2.2 million employees, while the top 100 black-owned firms taken together have $24 billion in revenue and less than 74,000 employees. So these are immense differences in the scope of what we might refer to as corporate white America versus the conditions for corporate black America. In fact, it does raise the question as to whether or not we can actually refer to the black business world as one that has corporate characteristics at all. To reinforce the magnitude of these differences, we also looked comparatively at employer firms and non-employer firms. And so by an employer firm, we mean a firm that has at least one additional employee besides the individual who is the owner of the operation. A non-employer firm the only person who is participating in the activities of that firm from a pecuniary standpoint is the individual who is the owner of the firm. So if you will look at the left side of this slide, you can see that 79% of all white-owned businesses are non-employer firms, but it is 96% of all black-owned businesses. And furthermore, 7.7% of the sales revenues from white-owned businesses are attributable to non-employer firms, but it is closer to 30% from black-owned businesses. If you look at the upper portion of the slide here, you can see that black-owned employer firms average about $666,000 in annual revenue. These are mean statistics, and they provide their employees with an annual salary of approximately $23,000 or $24,000, while white-owned employee firms have $2 million in annual revenue on average and provide their employees with $33,690 in annual salary. So the dean of the business school said a moment ago that it's not an IQ problem, and he's definitely correct about that. There's an immense passion on the part of black Americans for business ownership. Black Americans are almost twice as likely to start a business compared to white Americans. Between 2007 and 2012, black-owned firms grew from 1.9 million to 2.6 million firms, and that's despite the presence of the Great Recession in that interval of time. And black women are the only racial or ethnic group with more business ownership than their male peers. So there's actually an extraordinary degree of interest in business ownership in the black community. The problem is that the opportunity locus is vastly different between blacks and whites in the United States. So in our report, we paid careful attention to the question of how people actually enter into business ownership. How do they acquire a business? And so we started by making the comparison between employer firms and how individuals first come into having possession of employer firms. And so these numbers may not look strikingly different, but there is something very important that's embedded here that's going to be related to the final set of comments that we're going to offer on this report. If you look carefully at the diagram, you can see that there is a much greater rate of entry into business ownership on the part of black owners via startups, starting their own new business operation. In contrast, if you look at the categories of individuals who obtained their business by buying it outright, or by inheriting it, or by receiving it as a gift, as a transfer of ownership as a gift, you can see that consistently the white rate is virtually 2 times as high as the black rate in each of those categories. This is suggestive of a situation in which business acquisition for firms that have at least one employee occurs on a basis that is more linked to prior resources and assets that are held by the individuals who become the new business owners. The results are not quite as marked in terms of the difference when we look at non-employer businesses, but again, there's a slight advantage in terms of purchasing, inheriting, or receiving a gift on the part of white business owners. Finally, in my portion of the presentation, we attempt to provide data on the amount of startup capital that is deployed by black and white businesses depending on their point of entry into this enterprise. And what is striking here, again, is the extent to which the percent of white-owned employer businesses have far higher levels of initial capital than black-owned employer businesses. So you can compare the black-owned proportions or percentages for different categories of values of startup capital with the white-owned percentages by comparing the column on the left with the column on the right. And in this case, the same kinds of disparities actually do exist when we look at when we look at non-employer firms as well. Here is a description of the source of capital used to start the businesses. Where does the capital come from? And one of the things that, again, is really, really significant here is the extent to which white-owned employer firms actually have a tremendous amount of resources that come directly from personal assets, from family resources and the like, in comparison with black-owned firms. Indeed, one of the things that's very unique is the extent to which black-owned employer firms rely upon credit cards and carrying balances on credit cards as a source of initial startup capital. All right, so I'm going to turn the stage over to Mbalu to complete the presentation on this first report.
Thank you, Sandy. So to sum up the nature of startup capital by race, it is clear that Black American business owners have a limited access to capital relative to their white counterparts. Independent of the scale and the sector of a business, an aspiring entrepreneur requires some form of monetary support. And when you add gender to the discussion, the portrait is even more bleak. In fact, a study finds that the average Black woman-owned startup receives $36,000 in venture funding, while the average white male failed startup receives $1.3 billion in venture capital funding. So together, financing and funding gaps restrict the ability for Black entrepreneurs to enter and to succeed in the entrepreneurial space. And this is especially harmful for Black women, even though recent studies suggest that Black women represent the group that has the fastest growing rate of business ownership.
It's the arrows.
Okay,
Is the arrow on the clicker?
sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. So the final pattern of initial ownership that we highlight is related to the question of how long ago an employer and non-employer firm was established. Our age of business ownership measure is calculated by taking the survey year, in this case, 2016 for employer businesses, and subtracting it to the year that the business was originally established. So what we can conclude from Figure 5.1 is that Black-owned firms, Black-owned employer firms, are younger than white-owned employer firms. In particular, looking at the last three columns, we can see that 43.6% of all white-owned employer firms were established or are 16 years or older, whereas the number is only 27.1% for Black-owned employer firms. So put simply, close to half of all white-owned employer firms were originally established before the turn of the 21st century, and a majority of Black-owned employer firms that exist as of 2016 were originally started in the 2000s, in the past 2 decades. And I think it's safe to say that this is younger than everyone sitting in this room right now. Maybe not. Younger than me. So similar patterns are found when we look at non-employer firms. As Sandy said, are firms where there are no paid employees other than the owner. So for this category of firms, the most common age in 2012 was between 5 and 12 years. Still, Black-owned firms, as you can all see, are generally younger than white-owned non-employer firms. Looking at the first 2 columns, over a quarter of Black-owned non-employer firms existing in 2012 were 1 year old or younger, definitely younger than everyone here. So what does this age gap mean? Well, the age of a business has implications for business stabilization and whether a business can withstand changing market conditions over time. So older firms, by virtue of their longevity, are more successful, tend to be more stable, more experienced, and generate higher levels of revenue. So one can imagine that the age gap by race can create a serious disadvantage for an aspiring Black business owner who is seeking guidance and mentorship on the business ownership experience. What we find is that most Black-owned businesses are disproportionately located at the lower end of the age distribution. So this reinforces a vicious cycle of hardship for aspiring entrepreneurs who are seeking mentorship, as well as for business owners, Black business owners, who are finding that they cannot provide the experienced or the effective mentorship to other entrepreneurs. So this leads us to our discussion of the key obstacles that drive disparities in the pathway into business ownership. In summarizing the different dimensions on entry into business ownership, how business owners enter, the amount and the source of startup capital, and then the age of the business, we find that Black business owners enter with less, if any, financial and institutional support. The lingering effects of racially motivated historical injustices and hostilities play roles at the entry stage of business ownership. There are historical accounts of explicit acts of violence and disruption of the economic prosperity of Black Americans. And for example, the 1921 Tulsa, Oklahoma massacre, as well as the destruction of Black Wall Street, as you guys will learn more about later today, and when Clinton speaks, are key examples of this. Blacks are less likely than whites to have their business loans approved from financial institutions, and when they are approved, they are much smaller. Black business owners are less likely to benefit from intergenerational business transfers. And finally, the relative lack of social support, either in the form of familial networks or the broader Black community, entails a tougher road to start up for Black business owners. So very little research explores the role of prior wealth as an input, in shaping pathways of business ownership. The influence of initial wealth endowments on the capability of individuals to become business owners demands discussion and implementation of policies that are aimed at closing the racial wealth gap. The median Black household has 10%, and the average Black household has 14.8% of that of the white household. It is vital that we as researchers, as philanthropists, as practitioners, that we tackle business ownership disparities by building Black wealth in advance of the accumulation that may come due to business ownership. So remedies should include public targeting of seed capital for Black entrepreneurs, young adult trust funds in the form of baby bonds, and a direct program of reparations for Black descendants of slaves in this country. So if the aim is to foster an equitable ecosystem for business ownership here in the US, this is merely a start, albeit a very critical and long overdue one. Thank you.
Good morning. So while we're getting my presentation up, just a few acknowledgments, if you will. First and second, in no particular order, to Ted Archer and the foundation at JP Morgan Chase that were very generously supported the work for what we think are some really significant questions, and hopefully we're able to grab a bunch of answers to those questions that will lead us forward. And then to Mbalu and Sandy and their team at the Cook Center for partnering with us on this great venture, where we each tried to take slightly distinct parts of very, very similar questions. And we especially enjoyed the great travail that researchers always have in working through data organization and how do you figure this question out and that question. And it was great to have a partner many miles away from us. We don't have a printed copy of the report on the table yet. It probably won't be here by the end of the conference. It might be, but it is on our website as of, I hope, as of this morning. And so, like the Cook Center report, this is a premiere of sorts. And just a quick acknowledgement that I stand here, but a lot of other people on my team at IASP helped put this together. So we really started and ended up with three somewhat large research questions. We wanted to look at the life cycle of black businesses and especially what that looks like in comparison to white businesses. We wanted to get some information on the question of what does wealth accumulation and or destruction look like in relationship to new businesses. And then third, how does this information help us understand better, get a deeper grasp on the widening racial wealth gap in the United States? And it's been my honor to be in this project over several decades with my good friend and colleague Sandy Darity and a group of other people. So to try and answer these questions, this is the data we gathered. We needed a longitudinal sample. We needed to follow entrepreneurs and families. We needed a data set that had information on family wealth and liabilities. We needed a data set that would ask some questions about business startups. And for us, this comes from the panel study of income dynamics, the 1999 to 2015 waves. We particularly isolated out two cohorts in here. One cohort where the economic environment was relatively stable. We'll call that the 2001 cohort. And we then looked at them and the results on their business survivability and wealth consequences 2, 4, 6, and 8 years out. And then we did the same thing with a 2005 cohort, intentionally wanting a cohort that would begin and go over the Great Recession. And of course, with all data sets, the data is never totally adequate to answer the questions, the very robust questions that we posed, and they certainly doesn't tell us about the dynamics, that is the whys and what the experiences of entrepreneurs are, and what it means in their lives. So we put into play, if you will, several focus groups of Black and Latino entrepreneurs and former entrepreneurs in the Oakland Bay Area and Boston. And so I've got, I think, just a couple of data slides here. So one of the slides, one of the pieces of information that we think is really important, and I think instinctually everybody knows this, but let's put some numbers on it. So the change in median wealth, what wealth was in 2005, and then for business owners, for new business owners, by our determination, what the wealth profile looks like 4 and 8 years out.
So for those that continued in business, that is, they survived or sold, we think they survived, the change in wealth is pretty healthy, over $136,000 in net wealth. For those that didn't survive, a destruction of wealth by $65,000. And then if we take that out to the 8-year mark, we see, which now goes over the Great Recession, so I believe that's why the numbers go down, especially for the wealth creation. We see $75,000 change in wealth on the positive side for those still in business, and a destruction of $50,000 for those that did not survive over that particular time period. And that really pounds home that what we already know, that business development can be an incredible promise, but it's also a risk. And it takes a particular kind of people and institutions and capital to make that happen more successfully. All right. Here's my favorite slide. and I hope it works. We wanted to look at that 2005 cohort, and remember, this is the one that's going to go over the Great Recession. And to ask the question, what percent of those that started businesses in 2005, what does their survival look like several years out? So the first line is the line for white entrepreneurs. And it doesn't look good, right? But at least the first couple of years, it sort of is familiar with some national data, but goes down to 15%. This is what the black entrepreneur line looks like. Now, it's not quite zero. It's a little above zero. Remember, this is the cohort who started businesses in 2005. Right. And I think that really underscores and emphasizes the point that Sandy and his team talked about in terms of what is basically, I think, self-employment and the destruction of that during the Great Recession. Okay. Through a series of regressions, we were trying to ask the question, what drives survivability? And I intentionally don't use the word success here. I think survivability of business is a much better notion for us to play with. And so just a quick two sets for negative factors through a series of regressions. And I think, again, underscoring the work of both of our teams, having to have another job where the business might start out as a side gig, might start out as the main gig, but for a lot of reasons, lack of income, wanting health benefits, health coverage, and other reasons, people start or continue to work at another job. And the regression, the correlation on that is highly significant. Those fail much more quickly. And again, as we reiterate with Sandy's team, less wealth at the start. The positive factors that keep coming through are larger businesses at start and more education at start, and the covariance between those is clearly pretty high. I want to turn somewhat briefly to the entrepreneurs, to the focus groups that we talked to. And as I was listening to the previous presentation, especially I think it was the last or second to last slide, where Mbalu talked about the key barriers. Of the themes that came through our focus groups, we hit on 3 of those. So again, as researchers, as people that want to help build a case for more positive outcomes with institutions, funders, and advocates, I think these are pretty critical. And hopefully, this will engender much more work on these. So theme 1, if you will, barriers to affordable financial products. And for each of these, I've lifted out a voice of an entrepreneur, formal entrepreneur, and I'll just read it quickly. The whole ecosystem is not really supportive of growth and expansion. It can stimulate the startup because cost for startup, and in this person's view, in the service sector is small. And so continuing support is a much heavier lift and much more costly. So the cry there, the theme there, is not just to help us open the door and hang the shingle out of being open, but it's the continuing support throughout the life cycle of a business. Theme 2, again resonating with the prior report, interpersonal, institutional, systemic racial discrimination. One person. We're getting charged, this is my favorite, and I don't have the whole quote there, we're getting charged extra for exactly the same thing. Every place else, they're giving it away for free. And this person then talked about when they go into the equivalent of a Kentucky Fried Chicken or a Burger King in a minority community, that when you ask for extra things like tomato slices, you get charged. And the business gets charged. But when you go to that same place in a relatively well-to-do white community, if they're Burger Kings and Kentucky Fried Chickens in those places, there is no charge. And so it's what I call snarkily, the condiment theory of institutional discrimination. But it's much more than condiments. Theme 3, a mismatch in community resources. And this was from a former entrepreneur who talked about, in her voice, we need to visit 3 or 4 different places getting services, 1 to 2 hours at a time. It's like going to an economic emergency room. But small businesses' needs are not treatable in the ER. They are long-term needs over the economic life of the business. Joe, Antolin, we may come back to this about some networks for mentors and other ideas. Theme 4, and I probably should have started with this, because it is very robust and, in a way, aspirational, inspiring when we hear people talk about this, and it's not just out of a Business 101 textbook. The promise of a promise among many promises of entrepreneurship. I do feel like being in my own business gives me more opportunities than when I was in corporate America. I'm glad I decided to leave from corporate America, because even with all the challenges of running your own business, I feel like a little more in charge of my own destiny. That's, I believe, what we all want, in some way, to be a little bit more in charge of our own destiny. And for us, and this may be a topic for conversation for all of us as well, I think one can easily make a historical case around the legacy of race and business in the United States, that the promise of entrepreneurship may be more profound for African Americans because of that history and being segregated and pushed and discriminated out of so-called normal, conventional markets in the first place. That there's a sort of, in the phrase of a great old economist, an economic detour at operation here. So I would like to leave it at there and maybe then take up some common solutions as we move forward. Thank you very much.
Give me 1 second, people. Hello, is this on? Okay, cool. Hello, everybody. My name again is Dr. Clinton Boyd Jr., and I have the pleasure of sharing with you all some of the historical work that I've been engaged in over the past month or so that will lead to a white paper that is near completion. It's been somewhat difficult for me to collect all of the necessary source material because the focus of my report deals with the social class tensions in Durham's historic Hayti district. And as you can tell by the beginning of the title, no longer blinded by nostalgia, there tends to be this deified understanding that we have of Durham's Black Wall Street. And for good reason. In many instances, it is considered to be the capital of the Black middle class, and it was the Wall Street of Black America at its inception. But it's also important to take into consideration that the rise of Durham's Black Wall Street occurred against the backdrop of widespread racial terror campaigns. And so when you think about many of the founding fathers of the Hayti District being Richard Fitzgerald, William G. Pearson, John Merrick, Dr. Aaron M. Moore, Charles C. Spalding, and James E. Shepard, these were men who in many instances represented the Black intelligentsia. They represented the Black aristocracy. These were individuals who understood that the rise of Hayti depended fully on their ability to negotiate with the white business elite of that day, specifically Washington Duke and Julian Carr. And so for those of you all who may not be familiar with Washington Duke, he was the owner of perhaps the largest tobacco factory in the country at that time. And at the same time, he is also the benefactor of Duke University. And so what you see is that a great deal of Blacks began to travel into Durham in the aftermath of Reconstruction, because at that point you saw a lot of Blacks who were fleeing the oppression associated with the Jim Crow South. And so typically when we had these stories about the push and pull factors, there's a great deal of consideration given towards Blacks fleeing the Deep South and headed to the industrialized North and also the industrialized Midwest. And so specifically what makes Durham unique in many ways is you literally had millions of Black folks who were leaving the state of North Carolina. However, you saw a significant increase in the number of Blacks who were traveling into Durham specifically. And that had a great deal to do with the work opportunities that existed here, and also a great deal to do with the whole notion that Durham was, Black Durham specifically, was a place of racial peace among whites and Blacks. And so you had Blacks coming into Durham who were a part of the working class and who were poor, but you also had a lot of Blacks who came into Durham who were college educated. And many of the Blacks who came into Durham that were college educated landed jobs at the North Carolina Mutual Insurance Company. However, a lot of the Blacks who came into Durham who were part of the working poor and were just poor outright, they found themselves working within the textile and tobacco factories. And it's important for me to note that while these individuals were making their inroads into new occupations, there was occupational sorting, occupational segregation that was taking place that really led to some inequitable pay outcomes, or what can also be referred to as systemic wage and benefit inequalities. And I think this, again, is a part of why it's important to highlight the social tensions that existed within the Hayti district, because many of the foundational leaders of Hayti, unfortunately, this was something that they did not deal with forthrightly in their handling with the white business class of that day, and understandably so, given their position. For example, individuals like John Merrick and Charles C. Spalding, who were both the respective presidents of North Carolina Mutual Insurance, they were paying close attention to all of the white terror campaigns that were going on throughout the country. And so, for example, it was referenced earlier, the Tulsa race riot. Then also here in the state of North Carolina, you had the Wilmington race riot in 1898. And so from their perspective, they understood that in order for us to maintain some type of working relationship with the white business class and continue to have Black Durham operate as a illusionary utopia of racial peace among whites and blacks, they had to walk a delicate tightrope. And so, unfortunately, this was not something that they dealt with specifically in terms of the workplace racial inequality within the tobacco and textile industries, because they didn't want to ruffle any feathers. However, upon me doing some of the archival work, I came across a gentleman named Louis E. Austin, who is the founder of the Carolina Times. Now, in much of my reading on what was going on in the Hayti during the times of Black Wall Street and the historic Hayti district, Louis E. Austin is vaguely referenced. And when he is referenced, not much attention is paid to him being a spokesperson for the racial inequities that pervaded the historic Hayti district at that time. And so upon me going and doing a deeper dive around many of the publications that came out during his stint as the editor of the Carolina Times, it became very evident to me that it was a reason why the founding fathers of Hayti specifically made it a priority to downplay his significance and influence within the Hayti district, because he was considered a more radical leader in the Black community. And he was somebody who really was about speaking truth to power. And it was evident in every single one of his publications that came out during his stint as editor with the Carolina Times. And so just to give you all a couple of examples of some of the racial injustices that he spoke out against, there was a great deal of police misconduct and brutality that was very much a part of the daily experiences of Black Durhamites in the Hayti district. Then you also had extrajudicial murders, and then he was also somebody who made it a priority to speak out against unjust impoverishment. And he highlighted that by paying close attention again to the unequal pay and the inhumane work conditions that were taking place within the textile and also tobacco factories. And quite frankly, based off of my reading of the literature on the Hayti district, and also have to give a great deal of credit to Leslie Brown and a lot of the work that she did in her seminal book, to really unearth a lot of the gross injustices that were taking place at this time. However, it's something unique about Louis E. Alston and his ability to put out very inflammatory reports and publications against the backdrop of white terror campaigns that was still alive and well at that time. And an interesting fact about Louis E. Alston is he actually migrated to Durham from Wilmington. And so it's important, again, to highlight that as well, because he had a different worldview and orientation given some of what he experienced in his own personal life. And so just to give you all just a couple of examples of the editorials that came out under his leadership, this was one that focused, the headline is Negro Home Dynamited. And then at the above that, you see where it says women forced to work in water up to their knees. Then you have another publication where he is making it a priority to call for equal pay among the women who were working within the Durham, the black women who were working within the Durham school district, specifically Hillside High School. And so I'll just, and then again, equal salaries for Negro teachers. Like, this was something that was very big for him. And when you just think about that in the context of the panel that we're having, cash is one particular asset that you need in order to amass capital and amass wealth. And so if you have a particular segment of the black community that has been denied systematically just wages because they were being sorted to the assembly line, whereas the whites who were also working in these factories were the machine operators who were afforded higher wages. And in many instances, they had benefits that didn't necessarily trickle down to the blacks who were working on the assembly line and who were being deprived of the type of wages that would be suggestive of them being quality workers within that space. And when you think about this happening against the backdrop of residential and racial segregation, it diminishes the buying power of an entire segment of the population. So while there is much to be said about Durham's Black Wall Street, arguments can also be made, had they been paid just compensation, they would have been able to do more within their respective community, because they would have had more cash that would have ultimately led to more capital. And so I'll just leave you all with that.
Questions? Questions? Don't be shy.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you all for a really scintillating panel. I have a question for Dr. Boyd. I was wondering while you were talking if members of the black business class who survived the Wilmington riot in 1898 came to Durham, because that's exactly the same year that the North Carolina Mutual Insurance Company was founded. And so I was really pleased to hear that Alston was from Wilmington. Do you know anything about was he a journalist when he lived in Wilmington? Do you know anything about who set him up in business when he came here? I guess I've been really interested in who set up these black businesses in Durham, because they didn't have capital, right? So where did the money come from? But do you know if there were was there like a mass exodus of those black business people in Wilmington who came to Durham? Is that part of the story? Do you know that?
What, can you, okay. That's a great question. I'm in the process of trying to figure this out. And I say that because much of the historical record has been difficult to find and identify, because what happened in Wilmington, as many of you well know, was basically a coup d'etat, as Professor Darity frequently alludes to, where you had a populist movement that had gained political leadership in Wilmington, but at the same time, it came at a cost to the white male hegemony. And it was a concerted effort on the behalf of the conservative elements of the Democratic Party at that day to take back government and to disenfranchise African Americans across the board. And they were very successful in doing that. And as a result, you had, again, this mass exodus of blacks from Wilmington who went north and who went to the Midwest, and some of them did migrate to Durham, but I have been yet to find good, solid evidence of the sheer number of blacks who migrated to Wilmington. And unfortunately, in terms of Lewis Austin, I really haven't been able to find or identify anything that speaks to his personal biography outside of him being the founding editor of the Carolina Times. And so this is something that has been keeping me up late at night, because I wanted to put forth a compelling story, and having that type of information would allow me to do so in a very thoughtful and well thought out way.
Thank you very much.
There's a question here.
Good morning, Terrence White. This question is really for anybody on the panel. I was wondering if there was any data in regards to black businesses that did receive any type of funding or venture capital, the amount of control or equity they was able to maintain in their company.
So the magnitude of venture capital that goes to black-owned businesses is so small that it's really hard to answer that. What's the estimate we came up with for the amount of venture capital going to black women? It's
2%.
less than...
2%.
Yeah.
I think it's
No, to all women it's about 2%. It's 0.2% for black women, yeah. So it's really difficult to answer your question, because there's not much data to draw upon since the numbers are so low.
You're more likely to see investment in businesses through CDFIs or other nonprofit financial institutions, and their financing is limited by what they get from foundations from the bigger banks or from governmental programs, many of which are under attack. So the entire system is undercapitalized.
Yeah, so I would maybe add another research question to this, and that is, I think it would be really intriguing for us to get a better understanding of, are there more controls that venture capital and other initial financing has over female entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs of color compared to the white entrepreneurs? Because there's going to be control all over. And I think it's a question of us understanding what those strings look like, and are they different, are they tighter, do things get pulled back more quickly? It's a plug get pulled more quickly.
It's also a question of, what are the business, the investors' neutral set, and I say neutral in quotes, of risk factors and how they're judging it. And I think that has to be influenced by community and state.
First of all, thank you for raising, our awareness and shedding light on the gender and racial disparities. Obviously, as a black woman who is a business owner, along with my sister-in-law, who's actually Latina. And so we are definitely facing firsthand this issue with being able to get enough capital to expand our business. So right now, we're mainly functioning as consultants, as experts in our field. But we're barely breaking even most of the time. So my question is, now that we're aware of these disparities and what some of the issues are that are causing, some of those disparities, who has the cash, these venture capitalists or wherever else the funds may be, and who is willing to give to help us build and expand? Because it's a major issue, obviously, but sometimes you don't know where to go or who to go to say, hey, this is our track record, this is what we're doing, this is how we're helping, it's a service-oriented business, but how can we get more cash?
So one of the things that we're trying to do is advocate with financial institutions and foundations to be thinking about this. And JP Morgan Chase, for example, has done that in a few cities. That's hardly, that's not a great answer, but if you happen to be in the south side of Chicago or in the Bronx or parts of Detroit, there is now cash available that's very specific to entrepreneurs of color, which was not there before. And we're talking about significant amounts of money. The problem is that has not been something that has been replicated in a lot of other places, so there's a lot of advocacy still to be done there.
Is it here in Durham?
Not yet, no.
One of the issues is, I think, many of these initiatives can have the effect of altering the absolute position of black businesses, but very little attention is drawn to whether or not these initiatives actually affect the relative position of black businesses collectively. So it's one thing to say that we can improve the status of some individual operations or some operations within a particular community versus saying we're actually going to make some progress towards closing those immense disparities that we've talked about. And I'm not sure that there are any initiatives out there that can really close those disparities in the absence of some effort to alter the racial wealth distribution in the first place. Okay, so that's the big issue that we've been trying to raise, which is not to say that these other initiatives should not be pursued, but it is to say it may not be sufficient to eliminate those huge disparities that we've talked about.
So I'm an educator. I'm a professor at Spelman College, and my students here from Spelman and Morehouse are with us. Thank you. Thank you all for this discussion. My name is Wanchella Francis, and I teach several psychology courses, but the one that I specialize in is industrial organizational psychology, which is the study of workplace behavior. I don't know if we can answer the question I'm about to ask, but if there is not a priority driven around pay equity, how is then there a priority in closing the wealth gap?
Well, so one of the reasons we stratified the look at the gender wealth gap was unmarried millennial women actually have not very much of a pay gap anymore than men. But unmarried millennial women are much more likely to have significant student loan debt, and men do not, right? And this starts to then feed into what are we doing in terms of how people are being prepared and getting into the market? What happens when they're there? What's the sectors that they're trained for, and where do they make money? So the wealth gap of these otherwise, we're talking about a few cents of a differential in that generation. The wealth gap is enormous in 10 years for that group. And this is of concern in particular because as we talk about the racial wealth gap, 44%, I think, of the millennial generation are people of color. It's more so in the next generation after that. So, we have to figure these things out in systemic ways so that the playing field is level. And it's more than pay. That's why we're trying to focus on wealth and trying to shift that. Right. I think one of the questions that Sandy has raised is that this question of, businesses that have employees or don't have employees, we need to figure out what are the factors that help to generate, you know, is it just capital, is it training, is it the sort of complex of all things? And maybe you want to,
Well,
one of you want to
before you answer, I want to kind of address that because there is still a wage gap in government and corporate and nonprofit.
No, absolutely.
However, if we're not paying our people, I don't call myself a minority, but if we're not paying our women and our African Americans and our Latinas the same amount of money, in many cases, we're not getting funding from the bank. We already see that.
Right.
So most times when we open our own businesses, my husband has his business, he used his own money. So if we don't have the money at the work level, then how do we generate that money back into businesses?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
I think there's.
So I don't know if those are mutually exclusive, but
No, that's a key issue. But the one reservation I want to enter into the conversation, though, is I think that we overestimate the connection between income and wealth.
yes.
Okay, and so if we were to close the pay gap, that still would probably not have much of an effect on the wealth gap, okay? Because the primary driver of the wealth gap is intergenerational transfers and transmissions of resources. And so if your parents and your grandparents don't already have a significant foundation in wealth, you won't, regardless of what your earnings are. And so that's the only proviso I want to raise. But you're absolutely correct. We still have significant pay gaps. And they may be masked in some of the ways that you were actually talking about, where there are different labelings on jobs where people are essentially doing very similar tasks, but you can pay one category of folks something different, right?
And Tom?
So I agree that wage gap is an issue, but I want us to be careful about inferring that if we eliminate the wage gap, we also eliminate the wealth gap. I don't know, you may have.
As usual, Professor Garrity is absolutely right. And I would add that in the middle between income and wealth,
Benefits.
Right.
And the prime, besides healthcare, a prime benefit is pensions
And retirement.
and retirement savings. And to plug a report that we issued about 2 months ago, it's called Not Only an Uneven Paycheck. When we do an analysis of benefits and what industries and sectors have access to benefits and what size of firms have access to benefits, and we map that over and draw a bridge to occupational segregation by race and gender, we see very clearly that it's workers of color that don't have nearly the same amount of access to benefits, and to the extent to which that is a bit of a help along the way from income to wealth, that is an institutional and advocacy mechanism that we need to pay much more attention to.
And
I don't make a lot of money teaching Spelman, but my husband probably wouldn't be able to have the 3 businesses he has without me having the job with the benefits.
Right, the security that comes from that. So we don't, those of us that have that privilege, we don't have to save for our retirement nearly the same way.
The Closing
way we
the
think
Women's
about
Wealth
risk
Gap.
is very different.
I was just going to say the Closing the Women's Wealth Gap Initiative, which would love to have any of you join it, is focused on also paid leave and paid maternity leave, because those are the 2 biggest factors in sort of driving some of these gaps.
Okay, we have time for just one question.
Anyone can kind of take this one. So Daryl Cavett here, VP of private equity firm, Pax Equity. Just want to kind of get you guys' thoughts on maybe kind of speaking to crowdfunding, specifically how that could be a solution to how I think she kind of addressed it and a few others, to kind of making or kind of clearing the disparities from a capital raising standpoint to help find the equity that people need to fund their businesses. So specifically crowdfunding under the Job Act of 2012 that was passed under Barack Obama's administration. How knowledgeable or how aware or have you guys seen much data on that and kind of equalizing things to help address some of these issues that we're discussing today?
I've never heard anybody propose that crowdfunding was a solution to this situation.
I mean, yeah, it's the Jobs Act, right? So small businesses finding ways to raise capital As you probably know, for many of, all of 60 years of securities regulations, many people were not able to even raise capital if they weren't accredited investors, right? So essentially that allowed for non-accredited investors to be able to access these markets. So I just wanted to know if you guys were maybe aware of that, had any data to kind of speak to how that may address and cure some of these issues that we're discussing.
It's an intriguing question. Those of us on the panel were looking kind of quizzically at each other of which one of us knows anything about this.
That's right.
And the answer is, I don't think we're aware of any data out there.
Yeah.
They are intriguing questions, and they're certainly worth taking up. My first instinct would be to look at what's the size of, how much of startup capital comes from those kinds of sources. And that would give us an idea of scope to work with.
Another factor is in some states there is what's being referred to as a tsunami of transfer of ownership from baby boomers that finally decide to retire. And will that become, gobbled up by bigger corporate entities, or will it become something that ends up, with the people who have worked there for a long time and it continues to be a business? And will it be a cooperative of some sort, a shared ownership model? I think we're seeing a lot of discussion about that. There's some states that are more, their laws are more favorable to co-op ownership, and I think in places we'll see some of that happening. It's not exactly the same thing, but it's similar. It's a different way to sort of think of how do you capitalize it.
Yeah, I mean, in short, it allows you to raise up to $1 million. So for all these small businesses, that obviously is enough to be able to kind of bypass the banks, go directly into the market to raise capital through like some type of crowdfunding platform to fund their businesses. And they can do it across hundreds of people as opposed to going to a bank, not being favorable to the banks, and then essentially kind of giving less debt share, equity share to their businesses. So, and I just wanted to see if that was something that you guys looked at.
So that's our keynote speaker tomorrow.
Sure. Hi, everyone. First and foremost, thank you so much for all the amazing research that you've done. My question, and I'm not sure if you can completely answer this, but given the experts we have, I'm curious about your perspective. And that is, what's the goal? And whose responsibility is it to pursue the goal? So for example, one stat that we often see is that 2% of VC funding goes to women, and minuscule percentages go to women of color. Is the goal something like in 10 years we expect that to be 5%? And that's just an example. And in 20 years we would like for that to be 10%. But what's the goal? Because the descriptives give us a lot of information, and they open our eyes, and we're like, oh my goodness, these things that some people may not be aware of. But these stats we've been aware of for a long period of time. So the question that I'm curious about, and recognizing that, not saying you should attempting to tackle that or anything, but if you've given any thought to what the actual metric of success looks like over a time period, because we've been at these numbers for a substantial amount of time.
So my metric for success is that if we're thinking about achieving equality and equity, we need to make sure that various groups in our society have resources that are comparable to their presence in the society. So the relevant metric in terms of gender differences is actually women should get a majority of the venture capital because they are more numerous than men. Okay, so it's not 5% or 10%, it's in excess of 50% that should be the appropriate standard. Now, the related question as to how fast we get from here to there and how we get from here to there, those questions are more difficult ones, obviously. But I don't think that, from my perspective, there's much controversy about what the relevant metric should be. So in similar fashion, if we're thinking about the racial wealth gap, Black Americans have about 2% 2 to 3% of the nation's wealth, but constitute about 13% of the nation's population. And so the relevant metric there would be blacks should have at least 13% of the nation's wealth. And so that's how I think about it in terms of proportions of population and proportions of resources. But I don't know if there's other metrics that would be more valuable.
And then there's generally an allergy among many to sort of think about what are the local rules and laws and statutes that sort of preserve the advantage that white men already have. And some of that was, as late as the 1980s, was still very specific and affirmative by gender and by race into the 60s, but those head starts have not been unpacked. So what do you have to do intentionally to start moving towards that 13% or 50+% balancing, and how do you accelerate that? That requires not only speaking truth to power, but taking power.
Yeah. So thank you. Great question. I think the quick conversation we've just had are about the goalposts. And I think the goalposts need to be there. They need to be steady, firmly planted. I'm really interested in how far along that field we're going. I'm interested in us understanding yearly or every other year, whatever time period it is, are we getting closer, staying in place, or moving back? Because that's the way in which advocacy and power building can then help us figure out what's been successful and or what's failed. And then I think in more robust terms, at least I am interested both in equity as well as economic security. And that's both the absolute and the relative notions there. So everybody's getting better, and that gap, if I can use that word, is also closing at the same time. And that's not an easy mechanism to work with. That means targeting.
Volunteer?
Yeah, so I think I may end up answering your question with another question, but I think something that is difficult for a lot of people to measure, especially sitting in a lot of the economics courses I have been for the past 3 years, is how do you match or how do you connect passion or desire or preferences with your outcomes? And so I think there needs to be a lot more research that gets at what people's desires are. And we have found that the passion is there. The passion for business ownership is there for Black Americans and for women. But you see things like women are less likely to seek financing above $100,000 than are men. And I think it's important that when we see a statistic like this, to not think of it as a mindset of seeking less, but rather as something that may reinforce the discriminatory conditions that women have to face. And so we can't talk about changing mindsets of people independent of talking about the discriminatory conditions and the circumstances that women and people of color and Black Americans have to undergo and are confronted with on a daily basis.
Thank you so much. Just a couple of things. We have someone's keys at the front desk. So a 10-minute break, and let's come back for the next session. Thank you.
That was a perfect.
So we're going to go ahead and get started in the essence of time because we have a really tight schedule today. But I want to first introduce three, I consider them to be colleagues because I've worked with them for a very long time. And one, I think how long, forever and ever that we worked together? 2000, yeah, more years, yes. But our colleagues here today are, and I'll just have them come to the microphone and introduce themselves because I think there's a lot to share. But we have a film that's a really important film. And the film is looking at the devastation to small businesses within the Puerto Rican community after Hurricane Maria. And this subject is so timely because of what just happened in the Bahamas. We understand now that it can happen anywhere. And so we really want an opportunity to have a robust discussion about that and some of the underlying issues as it relates to small businesses and entrepreneurship. So I'm going to have my colleagues come forth and introduce themselves, and we will show the film shortly thereafter.
Can you hear me? So my name is Elvia Melendez Ackerman. I'm a professor at the University of Puerto Rico, Department of Environmental Sciences, University of Puerto Rico at Rio Piedras, as we are 11 campuses. I'm a plant ecologist by training, but for about 7 years or so, I've been sort of branching out my research to look at social ecological systems in urban areas and trying to integrate the research that I do with plant systems to look at or to address problems that have to do with sustainability and vulnerability of urban systems. And I'm going to have David introduce himself. Thank you for coming to see this movie.
Hi, my name is David Carrasquillo. For the past year and a half, I've been the Planning and Community Development Manager for Hispanic Federation in Puerto Rico. Hispanic Federation has been the organization that received the most amount of money on donations after the hurricane. So we're managing around $90 million on donations regarding different topics like housing, economic development, energy, water, etc. For the past 4 years now, I've been presiding the Puerto Rican Planning Society. We've taken a role of more like an advocate on best practices and best planning processes after a hurricane. And for the past 3 years now, I've been also a member of the Citizens Commission for the Audit of the Debt. So, and in this case, I think it's also relevant because of my experiences during the immediate post-disaster relief. At the moment of the hurricane, I was serving as a city planner for the municipality of San Juan. So that's it.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Cecilio Ortiz Garcia, and I'm a professor of political science at the University of Puerto Rico in Mayagüez. On leave, serving as senior research fellow at the National Council for Science and the Environment in Washington, D.C., and being housed gracefully by the Pennsylvania State University in State College, Pennsylvania. Now, if you can figure that one out, wait, absolutely. Just got off a red eye from Seattle from presenting there what has been and has become now our crusade to share the knowledge, not only scientific knowledge, but also business and community wisdom that has emerged from such a disaster. I am part of a very, very excellent group of people that run the National Institute for Energy and Island Sustainability of the University of Puerto Rico. This group of colleagues over 90 of them, with expertise such as my colleague right here, who's a member of the Institute, from community psychology to ecology, from power electronics to energy economics. All of them are interconnected in a platform to help the university turn its face and look at its surrounding communities and their issues, their problems. And every once in a while, make a contribution to Puerto Rican society. If that sounds familiar in your neighborhood, we'll have a big issue in the island with that. But enough about me. I've been given the task of say a few words about this film. First of all, I want to thank UNC Chapel Hill anthropologist Sandy Smith Nonini, a good friend of this center, and her son, Roque Nonini, who is a filmmaker in New York, mother and son team that got together, got on a plane, and decided to capture, through the art of filmmaking, some of the stories, some of the experiences, not only post-disaster, but some of the stories about what we now know, that these disasters are only disasters in their social consequences, not in their natural setting. Trust me, we know when hurricane season is. We know when they're coming. And while we operate in an environment of uncertainty, we have come a long way scientifically to be able to prepare. But what we are here to talk about is about what now we know is the biggest problem related to the length of time associated with recovery and reconstruction efforts, which are our governance problems. Not how big the event was, not how many deaths we had, but how ill-prepared we are as stakeholders in society, business, the corporate world, the health world, the telecommunications world. Every single fabric of societal infrastructure went down when the lights went out in Puerto Rico. And we were not prepared as a society to engage these communities, these business communities, these sectorial communities in a way that enhanced our resilience. So Sandy Smith Nonini and her son have done a great job in capturing what is not only the essence of disaster, but the disaster of governance that leads to such destruction, and that has us still 2 years after this event, just starting to see the light in terms of our recovery and reconstruction in the island. With that said, I just want to, if you can roll it, let's do it.
We've been the colony of Spaniards first and then of Americans. So we have in our mind a confusion because we've never been actually free.
You have a colony, you can do whatever you want. You don't have to respect anything. You don't have people with voting power in your political system asking for this and asking for that. So colony, of course, is profitable for the U.S. government If not, they will change this relationship a long time ago.
What you're about to see is not an act, it's a reality. And art is real. And sometimes we have to go beyond so that you can see the truth.
150-mile-an-hour winds ripping buildings apart, knocking out power everywhere. All of the electricity is out tonight.
100% of Puerto Rico now without power. Everywhere you look, down power lines like these, which stretch right across the expressway.
Even before this storm, Puerto Rico had a crumbling infrastructure and tens of billions of dollars in debt. Now this will obviously compound the problems.
Jamás nunca pensamos que fue así de fuerte. Nosotros pasamos Hugo, pasamos George, nunca fueron así de fuerte como nunca.
My name is Sandy. I'm an anthropologist, and this is a story about the politics of energy. On September 16, 2017, Hurricane Maria made landfall on Puerto Rico as a Category 4 storm. The hurricane devastated the island's infrastructure and destroyed its electric grid, leaving over 3 million people in the dark. Unlike other storms, getting the lights back on in Puerto Rico dragged on for months. Over 3 months for San Juan, the capital. It was nearly a year before power was fully restored to some towns in the island's mountainous interior. Both Puerto Rico's government and its electric utility, PREPA, were bankrupt. This greatly restricted their ability to respond to the hurricane.
In our society, it's so dependent on energy, and especially on electricity, that after Maria, the whole country was upside down because we didn't have electricity.
Como a eso de las 10 de la mañana, me asomo por la ventana cuando veo el techo de mi hogar que se va. Hacía 1 año y medio que fue construida la casa con mucho sacrificio. O sea, fue un dolor bien grande y sigue siendo fuerte, pues, porque es bien cuesta arriba volver a tener que empezar de cero. Pero con Dios, pues.
¿Sabe? Para mí fue un dolor bien grande, bien fuerte. No pude, ¿sabe? No me gusta ni recordar aquellos momentos que fueron tan malos, tan desastrosos.
You didn't know what was going to happen.
No ATM.
No ATM, nothing.
No banks.
No cell phones, no nothing. You know, nothing.
No había nada.
Bien fuerte, no llegaban los suministros, teníamos que llegar hasta el área a buscar suministro, las filas eran kilométricas, me quemaba del sol para poder ir a buscar agua, ir a buscar alimentos, porque en los supermercados tú ibas, no había nada.
You know, people were tired, frustrated, con coraje. You know, with fear, well, a lot of fear, because it's not fair to be without electricity for so many days. I mean, people were counting the days.
As weeks without power turned into months, families and businesses with the means bought diesel or gasoline generators.
Es fuerte porque el gasto de la gasolina para el generador es fuerte. No podía estar todo el día porque era más costoso, porque la limitaban. Y lo que te daban era 1 galón por día. Sí hubieron gente que después del fenómeno pues, se tardaron, pero las compraron.
lograron comprarla porque también es un costo.
Pero un ruido enorme, me imagino, cuando estaba encendido.
Sí, bien alborotoso, demasiado.
Nosotros hemos gastado un promedio como de 200 baterías.
Mira, mira.
Porque hay.
Mira. This is just a Esa little una bit. Poquita. Just a little bit. But we've gone through a lot of. Everybody has gone through a lot of batteries.
Para reciclaje.
Mira, ella misma.
By late spring 2018, Puerto Rico was awarded the dubious distinction of having the worst storm-related blackout in U.S. history. At the center of this crisis is the Puerto Rico Electric Power Authority, or PREPA, the island's ailing electric company. Before Hurricane Maria destroyed PREPA's infrastructure, the utility was already $9 billion in debt.
It's a very old system that had a fight with a big hurricane. Definitely the hurricane won that fight. Almost a year later, there's still people in Puerto Rico without power because of the lack of maintenance.
When they say we have 100,000 people without electricity, we have 500,000. When they say we have 10,000 people, we have 50,000 people. When they say we have 1,000, we have probably 10,000 people.
It doesn't seem like anyone trusts those figures.
Yeah, no, there is no way to trust what they say.
In the days prior to the hurricane, the government said they were ready to make an agreement with the Public Utilities Association to come in and help. After the hurricane, all of a sudden we heard, no, we're going with Whitefish. What? Who?
The saga of delays in repair of the grid began with a surprise decision by Ricardo Ramos, executive director of PREPA, to award a $300 million contract to Whitefish Energy, a tiny, inexperienced two-person company.
It was outrageous. You got people here in Puerto Rico doing the same job with more experience than the guys that Whitefish brought. And they were paying the guys from Whitefish like 500% more than the guys from PREPA.
At first, that was like a slap on the face. You know, it was like, well, what is this? $200, $300, $400, $500 an hour. We're in a crisis. Why then the Puerto Rico government is contracted at such levels?
Puerto Rico is canceling a controversial $300 million contract with Whitefish Energy to restore power to the island. The head of Puerto Rico's power company, PREPA, estimates the cancellation will now delay power restoration by 10 to 12 weeks.
With the Whitefish contract canceled, repair of the power grid fell to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. But progress was slow due to administrative delays and a shortage of parts. By mid-January, both parts and U.S. utility crews arrived, and the pace sped up. But half the country remained in the dark. On January 15th, residents from dozens of rural towns staged a protest in the capital demanding electric power.
The Puerto Rico Electric Power Authority, PREPA, was already a bankrupt, fragile, and useless entity before Hurricane Maria made landfall. The Power Authority's grid was obsolete, lacking adequate maintenance. The recent Whitefish debacle is Exhibit A of the governance issues plaguing PREPA. As we evaluate energy options for Puerto Rico, we must be particularly alert about disaster capitalists who may try to take advantage and profit off of our people's misery.
Puerto Rico had a large number of residents with chronic problems who were put at immediate risk by lack of power for refrigeration, respiratory therapy, or kidney dialysis.
Ella tiene 85 años, hace aproximadamente 4 años le dio un stroke, 2 strokes, y entonces tiene paralizado el lado izquierdo.
At first, it was very difficult because the ice was a little bit scarce.
La nevera hubo que botar todo.
So she had to throw everything. So 4 of the insulins, they had to throw them out.
I took care of a person who was a cancer patient. It was very tough for those during that time, 2 months that she was without power. The day that the power came back, I remember it was the 7th of December. I remember that day I took some water I had in ice to give it to the people, to the men who were helping, that turned back the electricity. And I said, listen, you don't know how much I appreciate this for this lady, because she was in pain. She was in a lot of pain.
I mean, a lot of people died in Puerto Rico because they didn't have electricity. We are still seeing people without electricity with respiratory machines and machines in which depends their life.
Maria's devastation was especially horrific in Puerto Rico because its people are so poor. In 2015, the island had a poverty rate twice the level of Mississippi, the poorest state. Yet this U.S. territory receives far less federal aid for social and health needs than do U.S. states. The combination of no power and a vulnerable population may help explain the high mortality from the storm. George Washington University researchers concluded that nearly 3,000 extra deaths occurred in the aftermath. The Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA, was heavily criticized for its inadequate relief efforts following Hurricane Maria. In July 2018, FEMA's own self-evaluation confirmed many of these failings.
No, I am not satisfied with FEMA, and FEMA is not satisfied with FEMA. They said they were not prepared for Puerto Rico. They said they made many mistakes. They sent many field operators who didn't know Spanish. So, the whole thing was a mess. U.S. citizens had to live under these horrible conditions after the hurricane, where over 3,000 people died who did not have to die. So many problems could have been solved if they had just done the right thing. And the right thing was not sort of, throwing paper towels.
How could this happen? How do we account for such a long blackout affecting a large population in a modern society that has counted on electric service for over 50 years? To understand Puerto Rico's economic woes and its failing electric utility, we need to go back to the 1940s.
Well, PREPA is our public-owned utility, which is a monopoly. It was created during the period of the New Deal, electricity being basically the center of our new economic model called Operation Bootstrap.
If you had visited Puerto Rico 20 years ago, you would have said, those poor people, what hope is there for them? No wonder so many are going to the mainland. If you visit Puerto Rico today, you may still see slums reaching out from San Juan into the sea. Or they may have already vanished. For there are changes taking place today that only a short time ago no one believed possible. We are tearing down the walls of this Caribbean poorhouse and lifting ourselves by our own bootstraps.
Until 1952, Puerto Rico was on the UN list of non-self-governing societies. And it was in the 1950s that the United States, with the help of Puerto Rican politicians, convinced the UN that Puerto Rico was no longer a colony. And the way they did this was by implementing this constitution, gave Puerto Ricans the right of self-government. They could appoint their own governor, elect their own governor. This was supposed to herald a new era for Puerto Rico.
Perhaps the most famous ongoing colonial insult for Puerto Ricans is the Jones Act, a federal trade law that requires the island pay a penalty for any imported goods that do not come on U.S. ships with U.S. crews.
The modern history of Puerto Rico, it was marked by the Cold War. After the 1950s, the U.S. need a country in the Caribbean to show to the rest of the world like the capitalism works, because the Soviet Union was using Cuba to show that communism works.
There was this big Operation Bootstrap and this move to industrialize Puerto Rico. However, that was not a move really to create Puerto Rican industries, but rather to make Puerto Rico an attractive site for U.S. industries to come.
We told American manufacturers about the palm trees and trade winds, offered them freedom from taxes for up to 17 years, offered them every incentive we could think of, including a large labor force ready and able to work.
That model that appeared for a while to have brought real economic development to the island and led many to imagine Puerto Rico as a showcase for the Caribbean and as a model of what a partnership with the United States could give you, as opposed to a partnership with the Soviet Union like Cuba had and other countries were considering. For a while, that seemed like a good deal. Puerto Rico had an appearance of prosperity. But again, these were not local companies, these were not local industry that was being built.
The transformation turned out to be something less than the touted miracle of modern progress. Industrialization brought the collapse of the island's agriculture as Puerto Rico went from self-sufficiency in food production to almost total dependency on the U.S. to feed itself. The new factories could not absorb the influx of unskilled job hunters, and fully 1/3 of the island's population left for the United States.
What happened in the 1970s, that model that was basically industrialization by invitation, that model started to weaken. So what the U.S. did was legislate a new tax incentive that was the Section 936. We can mark the industrialization period of Puerto Rico between 1950 and the 1970s was based on labor-intensive industries, but after Section 936, what we saw was the incoming of many capital-intensive industries, especially pharmaceutical, biotechnology corporations, and in that way, the U.S. was able to revamp the competitiveness of Puerto Rico, and PREPA was able to keep their best customers.
In the 1980s, there were big tax cuts that made it less attractive for U.S. companies to operate in Puerto Rico. And so with the application of NAFTA, etc., U.S. companies, many of them left.
So what happened in 1995? Well, the Cold War was ended, so Puerto Rico wasn't that attractive for geopolitics, and so the tax incentives were removed. So what happened after that? Well, that can mark actually the beginning of all the economic calamities that Puerto Rico has right now. In the case of PREPA lost their best customers.
Our economy model is dead. So the government started doing a lot of things to keep that dying model, economic model alive.
The only tool it had was its seductive power as a site of investment and debt.
Puerto Rican bonds were especially attractive to investors because of their triple tax-exempt status, meaning their profits were tax-free at the federal, state, and local levels.
They keep borrowing more and more, and we have to say too that Wall Street kept giving money. They knew the problems. Now we know they knew.
The investors kept feeding it and kept, letting Puerto Rican politicians borrow, partly because they knew it was guaranteed by the Constitution. It dug itself into a hole that it could not get out of. fiscal board was supposed to be a trade-off for a U.S. bailout package. The United States was supposed to help Puerto Rico with its debt. The Federal Reserve was supposed to help. What they've been doing and what they've shown interest in is just to impose austerity politics, the closing of schools, the closing of hospitals, reduction in public spending, and at the same time, they've also imposed the reduction of labor rights. And so that in turn has fueled a migratory crisis where now there are more Puerto Ricans in the United States than in Puerto Rico.
PREPA's large debt and its rationale for borrowing are explained in part by Puerto Rico's oil dependence. When the island's debt crisis began, oil power generation represented 65% of the island's electricity. The largest portion of PREPA's operating costs by far have been spent on cost for fuel.
When the oil prices went up at the end of the 2000s, what we also saw was a very high increase in the rates and also more subsidies coming from the central government to PREPA.
High oil costs also meant that even as Puerto Rico faced bankruptcy in 2015, the island was effectively exporting borrowed money to pay for oil. Energy experts at the University of Puerto Rico determined that nearly 8 million left the island every day to buy oil.
La Autoridad de Energía Eléctrica, PREPA, se diseñó, como la vemos hoy, como la conocemos hoy, para atender un modelo industrial que no existe, que desapareció. En Puerto Rico en la década del 60 se pensaba que íbamos a tener muchas industrias petroquímicas y que esas industrias petroquímicas iban a generar más industrias satélites.
The current electrical system in Puerto Rico is designed to provide electricity for industrial use. That is why it has very few generation plants, very big ones, and they are all located in one side of the island, but the loads are located in the other side of the island, and that requires a very complicated transmission and distribution system. And the purpose of the electrical system, which was to sustain a heavy industrialization process, was the very aspect of it that made it so weak.
The kind of big apparatus you built in PREPA was not only built to fuel industrialization in Puerto Rico. There was multiple reasonings behind building such a monster. And a lot of those reasons were political.
Until 2014, PREPA was completely unregulated. As a result, the company's direction and budget have been long hidden from public oversight. This secrecy continues. There are conflicting accounts of what goes on behind closed doors.
The whole scheme that was created to help the country to develop has been captured by whichever political party will come to the power. So for 2 decades, the corporation was run like a political subsidiary of the party in power. And if you put that together with an economic model that is basically starving, it's dying, this is the perfect storm.
All the governments for the past years have been treating PREPA as a piggy bank, taking money out of it to fund contracts that are not needed. They spent a lot of millions in gas pipelines that were never used, more than 100 millions. all the work was just thrown in a trash can.
I think that our politicians, especially our government, has made this non-written arrangement in which they made PREPA pay for all the things that they want to subsidize to get the favor of the voters, but PREPA pays for it. And they don't have to pay the political price, but PREPA has to pay the money. Every time they do something new, PREPA is going to pay the bill. These same politicians that wouldn't let the rate to be adjusted started giving away more electricity for free to the municipalities. The corporations had to provide all the electricity that a municipality uses without any payment at all. And some of the mayors, who are not dumb, who are very wise people, started creating businesses that uses a lot of electricity. You can go to Aguadilla, you will see what I mean. Ice skating place, a water park, hotels, restaurants owned by the municipalities that doesn't pay any electricity at all. We pay them. We shouldn't be surprised that the corporation is broken. It was brought to this place basically on purpose.
They themselves say, oh, it's all politicians. Well, I'm a politician. I have never had anything to do with PREPA. Were there pressures to PREPA? Yes. PREPA's board always changed. It was not a professional board. It was a board that always came to be nominated by sitting governors and confirmed by the Senate. Now, having said that, that doesn't mean that those boards were acting exclusively to the benefit of those governors or the legislature.
Every time a new party was elected, they would change everything. They would change everything. They would change the board to people that will comply with the orders of the politician. They would change the executive director. They would change their 12 sub-directors. They will even change the woman that took the garbage out of the board of director office. No one can manage PREPA with that amount of political intervention.
5 executive directors have PREPA in less than a year. You know, that's horrible. No company in the world, whether it's private or public, can have 5 different executive directors or CEOs in less than a year.
The government board of PREPA elected one of its members, Diaz Granados, that was going to get paid $750,000, and the people say, "What? We get rid of one that was paid $500,000, and then we get one that is paid $250,000 more. Well, what's happening here?"
Public attention to PREPA's debt grew in 2016 when PREPA faced a fuel buying scandal that led to hearings before the Puerto Rican Senate. Normally, banks such as Citibank and Scotiabank provide credit lines to PREPA for buying fuel. But independent investigators found that from 2002 to 2014, PREPA's fuel purchasing office had borrowed funds with the stated intent to buy high-quality oil that met EPA standards. But instead, PREPA spent the money on cheaper, dirty, high-sulfur oil. Over the next 12 years, the burning of dirty oil caused hazardous
The corporation economic bonds who are
PREPA's large debt.
Pipelines, government
From 2002
21 and 31 million trees died or were damaged, and with it, a number of services such as temperature regulation, reduction, a flood reduction or stormwater reduction. And these are services that if we want cities, we count on cities to function with them, with nature-based solutions, all of a sudden they were gone. This is something that as we move to sustainable planning, it's not something that is thought of within a post-disaster framework. And that is important. If you bank on using green infrastructure for flood protection or for the reduction in energy consumption, which is a big thing of the movie, what do you do after a disaster? And it's got to be much more than just going out there and planting trees. It needs a certain kind of design expertise, interdisciplinary expertise to return the services to what they were or in a condition where they can replace themselves. I will tell you also, and I think you're probably catching this, Maria was to me, and I don't know if I should continue, but Maria was to me a case of a missed opportunity for entrepreneurship. And I will tell you more about when I have my intervention after the movie. We see these disasters as opportunities, crises that bring opportunities for obvious reasons. There's money coming in. Well, some money came in, but it was not necessarily well spent, and the political and the power system of the island, which is very particular. I mean, this could happen to you. You know, a disaster can happen everywhere. A disaster just happened in Bahamas. But I think that our political systems, that of Puerto Rico and the territories, made it much worse. And I think we're ready.
This scheme resulted in additional costs to consumers of over $1 billion. And investigators allege that money saved was diverted to kickbacks for well-connected officials, including the director of PREPA's fuel buying office, William Clark. Clark's whereabouts are now unknown, and the case has been passed to the FBI for criminal investigation.
You're giving permission to one office, to one mid-level director, to spend as much as $10 billion. That's wrong. That's wrong. Starting because you were paying for a premium fuel when you were having substandard fuel. Corruption? Could be.
Records of fuel purchases showed that PREPA spent $23 billion on oil during that period. This finding may help explain a portion of PREPA's $9 billion debt. Auditors of PREPA's budget found the utility had seriously underestimated its fuel costs in official budgets for years, often by half or more. So that raises a mystery. Where did PREPA find the funds to buy all that oil? The auditors believe the extra fuel spending was diverted from $10 billion that PREPA borrowed during the same period for spending on its plants and transmission lines. They found that PREPA's actual spending on facilities in those years came to less than $6 billion, so they concluded that the difference was spent on fuel. This diversion of funds from infrastructure and maintenance would also help explain why the plants and grid were so vulnerable to damage by Hurricane Maria. The auditors believe that understating fuel costs was a way for PREPA officials to hide the utility's losses and make it appear more attractive to creditors and private investors.
The current discussions about the energy future of Puerto Rico now in this post-Maria period are simply one little space in time of a much longer historical push and pull of different powers trying to dominate the energy future of the island.
Conflicts of interest are common in the current restructuring. For example, Citibank, an underwriter of a loan to PREPA in 2010 for capital improvements, also benefited from the same loan when PREPA used it to pay the bank back money it was owed for credit for fuel purchases. We now know that other Wall Street banks also promoted and approved loans to PREPA despite knowledge that the utility was nearly bankrupt. In what some have called a Ponzi scheme, PREPA sold utility bonds to the banks and then used new bank loans to cover its debt costs. This allowed the banks to lower their risk. But it's the equivalent of using a new credit card to pay off an old one. It just adds new costs and pushes the debt into the future. Such loans were also made to other public corporations on the island. In May 2019, the Federal Oversight Board for Puerto Rico's debt sued Citigroup, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan Chase, and other banks over their role in issuing $9 billion of debt illegally to the island's government. Citibank is also the main investment bank advising the PROMESA Oversight Board and PREPA on privatization.
This week, Puerto Rican governor announced that PREPA will be privatized over the next 18 months.
Comenzará el proceso.
The process will begin for PREPA assets to be sold to companies who will transform the generation system into a modern, efficient, and less expensive one for the people.
The plan for privatization pleased congressional Republicans and the island's creditors, but the news set off an intense debate among Puerto Ricans.
¿Qué piensan ustedes del plan de privatización de PREPA?
Lo mejor que puede pasar. Sinceramente. Lo mejor que puede. PREPA es energía eléctrica. Lo mejor que puede pasar.
You still have half of the population without power. So those are just sick and tired of all the things. They just want to get their electricity back. That's it. So I could possibly understand that those who has not received the electricity yet, they would just want to get over with it and they would love for it to be privatized. But they know, or hopefully they will know, that everything that is privatized, it's at the end, you have no control of the amount of money you're going to be paying.
People say that privatization, what's behind privatization is neoliberalism, and it's the belief that the private sector works efficiently and more effectively than the government. And when we talk about efficiency in economics, we're talking that I can provide the same service at a lower cost. But if I'm going to provide the same service at a higher cost, I don't see that's efficient. You can say, yes, but we need to fund the renovation of this system. Well, that's the same thing that PREPA can do. So I don't see what's the advantage of privatizing this corporation.
PREPA is a $4 billion annually company. You cannot sell PREPA. You are selling a monopoly.
Sí, yo creo que la privatización de la Autoridad de Energía Eléctrica es un grave error. Es un error estratégico. Esa industria tiene que estar en manos públicas. Ponerla en manos privadas es comprometer una actividad vital a merced de lo que diga el mercado, de lo que diga la ganancia, que es lo que procura una empresa privada.
In the Dominican Republic, for example, they privatized the system. And the people who couldn't afford to pay were left out of that system. I remember talking with a legislator from Dominican Republic saying we sold our system and now we don't have money to buy it back because now it's very expensive. They basically own the country.
Insisting that PREPA will not be sold outright to the highest bidder, lawmakers are referring to the new arrangement as a public-private partnership.
I don't feel sorry. I don't feel sorry for what we're doing to the country. I think we're doing the right thing. I think we're modernizing energy in Puerto Rico. We're liberating the people. We are stopping what was a very inefficient monopoly. And far from privatizing, we're opening a market. That creates a certain amount of competition that will help us drive the cost down and drive the innovation up. And that's something that we want.
Pero lo que está proponiendo la administración de gobierno actual y el partido de gobierno es privatizarla. No es mejorarla, es privatizarla, entregársela a sectores privados que van a tener bajo su control la generación de la energía eléctrica, la producción de la energía eléctrica, la van a vender a unos precios para poder obtener ganancias y quien va a pagar ese aumento de precio indudable que va a haber es el consumidor.
We have here more than 100 other unions and movements that were in favor of us and against the privatization of PREPA. From that movement was born a front that is called Pueblo Unido. We want to inform the people, to give the people the facts, so the people of Puerto Rico can be in a position to decide what's best for them.
Yo brinqué a los de energía eléctrica, ellos me decían, wow, estás bien emocionada, y yo, pero imagínate.
Hurricane Maria kind of took the lid off the Puerto Rico, and suddenly we can really see how poor we are and how bad our infrastructure, in what condition it is. So it was a reality check, and right now we're trying still to stand up after Maria, and we still have the same problems. And unfortunately, what I am seeing is that the remedies or the solutions that are being offered are temporary solutions. We don't have a plan.
Do you feel satisfied with PREPA's direction right now with regard to renewables?
No. I don't feel that PREPA is making the correct movements to integrate renewables in the system. Why? Because for example, they're talking right now about the construction of 6 new power plants. They are also talking about minimum 20 years contracts with those plants. So we are going backwards.
We are addicted to oil. Trying to move from oil to renewable sources is gonna make a huge hole in someone's pocket. So they're doing everything possible to avoid that. I don't think that PREPA is thinking about the future. They're thinking about the now and how to survive. There are a lot of people that are gaining economically from that structure and maybe politically, and anything that disturbs the status quo is seen as a challenge. So they try to take it away or move it away from the table. Most of the projects that are still being pushed by the government have to do with natural gas and oil pipelines, and that's absurd. That's crazy. We live in the tropics. We have sun 320 days a year. There's no reason why we should not be using solar power or other energy sources, but there are interests that work against that.
Casa Pueblo, a well-respected nonprofit in the mountainous town of Adjuntas, has become an advocate for community solar. We visited Adjuntas in early 2018, navigating a winding mountain road with fallen electrical lines on either side.
The hurricane actually unveiled the reality of our energy system, on how bad it is, and all the limitation and how outdated and corrupted it is. And people have seen that, like for example, Casa Pueblo, we were up, our radio station was up, running on solar power, and the day after, our doors were open to the public, and people were coming here to get some hurricane relief, including recharging their equipment, trying to get connected and communicated with their families using the radio, or coming here to plug in their respiratory machine to get their own therapy. So that was one of the first actions, because we were prepared. And all of a sudden, we were able to channel a lot of support for the people of Adjuntas and the nearby municipalities. What we are doing is redefining what people used to call alternative energy sources. They call solar power as an alternative energy source, not here. For us, solar power is our energy source. And the power authority and the diesel fuel plants, those are the alternative energy source. If we have some need, then we'll use that as a backup system. But our primary energy source is the sun.
Casa Pueblo is showing Puerto Ricans what is possible in one small part of Puerto Rico, but something that can be replicated throughout. Already before Maria, there were a lot of people who wanted to get off the grid because it was already pretty bad even before the storm. But the government had no support for people, to turn to renewable energy, and they actually posed hindrances. They made it very difficult for people to get off the grid and very expensive.
The beauty of the new technology is that solar panels, for example, photovoltaic system can be very democratic. I don't have to wait to someone centralized to give me electricity. I can do that in my community by myself. I don't think they want that. I think they want to keep controlling the energy so they can keep controlling the people.
In February 2019, PREPA issued an ambitious plan based on the assumption that privatization will bring in new investment. The plan proposes the phase-out of coal and oil plants with a shift to natural gas and centralized solar over the next 20 years. Energy and financial analysts warned, however, that the plan is misguided because it would overexpand gas infrastructure at a time when electric demand is shrinking and cause Puerto Ricans' already high electric rates to rise further.
Technology is not the problem. This is a social problem. This is not a problem of energy. This is a problem of power. It's a problem of people lacking the power.
We are repeating a discourse of this belief that technological improvements are going to bring about purpose. And it doesn't work that way. We need to really reflect on our purpose as society Where do we want to go as a society? What does sustainability mean for Puerto Rico? Now, I believe that we should be smart, to use an analogy, enough, not smart grids, smart purposes. We need smart purposes. And actually think of where you're going as a society towards a sustainable transition instead of concentrating just on the next Tesla fad or just the next technological fix.
You know, listening to the news today, I heard a lot of talk about how many people had died from a natural disaster, or I heard talk of an act of God. But honoring the dead begins with telling the truth, and the truth is that there is nothing natural about this disaster. And if you believe in God, leave her out of it. God is not the one who laid off thousands of skilled electrical workers in the years before the storm and failed to maintain the grid with basic repairs. That was the fatal logic of neoliberal economic austerity. That did that. God didn't give vital relief and reconstruction contracts to politically connected hack firms who didn't even pretend to do their jobs. The Trump administration did that. God also didn't decide that Puerto Ricans should import 85% of their food, this on an archipelago with some of the most fertile soil in the world. God didn't decide that Puerto Rico should get 90% of its energy from imported fossil fuels on islands bathed in sun, lashed by winds, surrounded by wave, enough to provide clean, renewable energy to spare. God didn't do that. That was the fatal logic of colonialism and building in systems of dependency and treating Puerto Rico like a captive market and islands to extract labor and wealth for centuries.
Puerto Rico's long blackout contributed to thousands of deaths and disrupted vital services like food distribution, communication, and economic life for many months. The road to recovery is still a long one. Clearly, technical reforms are needed, but insufficient. Much will depend on the power of new citizens' movements to hold leaders and institutions accountable and to demand long overdue reforms to Puerto Rico's territorial status. A more resilient future will depend on all of us learning to ask hard questions about where our energy comes from and who controls it.
Hundreds of thousands of protesters took to the streets in Puerto Rico Monday to march against Governor Ricardo Rosselló. They're demanding his resignation. It's over online chats that were leaked in which the governor and his close aides mocked constituents, including victims of Hurricane Maria.
How much time do we have, Gwen?
How much time do we have?
We have until about 10 minutes till, and then we will be leaving to go over to our lunch keynote.
Perhaps we should open.
Open it Yeah, what you think? How does it relate to the theme of the conference? I think there's a lot of relation. There's a lot of
I'll mute it when I'll mute it when
relevance to. Is it in on? Can you hear me? No. These microphones are. Hello. There's a lot of relevance. I mean, yeah, Puerto Rico, like Trump says, an island over there surrounded by water. But everything that you saw there can happen here in the States, everywhere, to anybody. Energy is power in many ways. One take for me is that if you are, if you're dealing with the business, especially if you're a small business, you ought to be thinking about how do you prepare for a disaster. That has to be something built in. So, sure.
Casa Puebla is an independent town within the country of Puerto Rico.
It's an organization. It's
an NGO.
An NGO.
But they have their own power grid. They're off the grid.
They have what you would call a nanogrid. It's not really a microgrid. They have interconnected a source of generation through photovoltaic and a photovoltaic array. That is then through an inverter. It's fed in to their uses, which are mostly they run a radio station. Mm-hmm. They run a pretty successful coffee distribution, manufacturing distribution system.
It's within the town of Adjuntas, and I see it as a growing organization. It's been there for very long. They for many. It started out when mining was proposed for the town, and this was was it in the 80s, 70s?
This was in the 70s, but it's a perfect example, I think, if I may, of social entrepreneurial or social entrepreneurship. And Casa Pueblo showed its resilience in the face of this event. However, resiliency is not necessarily a good thing all the time. We need to understand that. Because behind that word, we always like the word resilience. I mean, it sounds positive in all of its complexity. But there are many resilient things out there that need to die. No. I'm talking about Casa Pueblo. The reason why Casa Pueblo has not been, even though it's a great example, has not spread as quickly as it could and it should, is because it faces the barriers of its own, the mayor of the town where it's at. It's at odds with Casa Pueblo. The state government is at odds with Casa Pueblo. The owner of the director of Casa Pueblo was just fabricated a case by the police.
So my question was, is there any possibility of policy change that would allow for communities to incorporate their own power structure? But you're telling me no, because there are places in the world where they are often but they have support from the government to run that way. Here we can't run. Duke Power owns everything, so it's very difficult to be off the grid here as a community and municipality. It's impossible. But I was just wondering.
So we are in between. I would say we are in between. As the movie showed, the Prepa is a monopoly. It generates $4 billion, and they're in debt. They need somebody to pay. So even though policies come and go about increasing renewables, they're coming with a cost to the client. They're putting all the barriers that they can. There are, after Maria opened the door for people to sort of, hey, you're not giving me power, I need to get my own. So there are municipalities that are trying to form cooperatives, but it's not easy. It's always with a barrier, and you will never know if everybody that gets out at the end would not be taxed somehow, because the government has been very open about. And when I talk about the government, it's not only federal, local, it's the federal government. The fiscal board came with a directive to privatize the electricity in Puerto Rico. That's a very strange that's a very strange law when you want to balance finances of a place and you're looking at the energy.
It was the biggest chunk of the debt of itself. So and you can understand that as the backbone of every other single aspects of the island's economy. But I wanted to go back to the policy comment. Yeah, Maria is a policy window, perhaps, for change. And it's still open. Mm-hmm. It's closing rapidly, but it's still open. However, this goes back to the governance issue. Actors in government and the development of laws and regulations that can liberate or make easier the development of prosumer behavior, and for the amount of renewable technology now available to actually, for us to have access to that at the individual household level. That, in the governance structure we are in, is moving way slower than the market for renewables in the island. That market did not get to the island after Maria. We have studies that show that by the time Maria got to the island, there were already over 300 renewable energy installing enterprises doing business. Some very good business, some unscrupulous business. Because just because you say renewable, it doesn't mean that it's pure and perfect. So we have already problems with let's say, an emerging market of renewables in the island, but a lagging policy process. Lagging because there are very resilient structures that do not come down, that allow for technologies that will build the actual resilience of our communities to come up. So even within the same word of resilience, you have destruction and construction that has to happen at the same time. So,
yeah, I wanna broaden more the context that we've been talking, because I think that you wanna understand the entrepreneurship context that people have in Puerto Rico, especially in small businesses, especially from those of low income. In Puerto Rico, not only we have a huge connection between the entrepreneurship endeavors of people with housing and other elements that are not shown on the movie, like water and like transportation and education. But I want to focus a little bit on housing and several planning processes that are happening at the same time. In Puerto Rico, very few people make the connection between the 53% of the informal housing with the 60% of the low-income population that is under the level of poverty, with the 50% of the economy that happens informally also. So When we're talking about this huge chunk of the population, we're talking about half of them or even more, they don't have access to formally a physical address. They don't have credit. They don't have title deeds. So they don't have any access to a road to formality. So they have all these roadblocks that affects them not only on their daily lives, socially, but also economically, trying to make this endeavor of a formal business. So, speaking about the governance issue that Cecilio just mentioned, in Puerto Rico, we've had a huge history of developing a lot of plans and a lot of ideas of what to make of our future. But Maria, in the eyes of the administration, has erased all of that. They have thought of Puerto Rico as a blank canvas that they can just make anew. And that rigid structure is conveniently used in a sense that they can change also a lot of things overnight. So we now have the fiscal plan, we have the integrated resources plan, we have the zoning reclassification, we have the recovery plan, but the biggest one is the action plan, which is deciding the allocation and distribution of over $20 billion without having responsibly allocated and identified the different needs, unmet needs, most affected areas, a damage assessment. All of these decisions are being taken blindly without having real data. So in the specific case of entrepreneurships, we don't have actually a great definition of what a small business is. In Puerto Rico, a small and medium business is the same category and is defined as a business that has a profit of under $1 million. So that's a little bit ridiculous in a sense that when we're talking about the populations that we want to impact in some way, we don't have any kind of statistics, even though we know that they face a lot of hardships in a way that other businesses don't. And regarding that specifically after the hurricane, much of the decision making and much of the policy that has been developing, not as laws but as plans, has been to favor again, as you see in the video, the economic development strategies are not actually economic development. It's just the introduction of external capital and giving opportunities to external investors.
Artificial growth.
Mm-hmm. So now we have the introduction of opportunity zones, Act 20 and 22, the actual contracting of the CBDR funds has been mostly like 90, I think it's 92% from the U.S. companies. So it's a formula that has been repeating itself again and again on not giving incentives and not putting availability of the funds towards what should be the unmet needs, but it's not public data. So there's a huge responsibility on advocates and anyone that is interested in helping Puerto Rico to speak truth to power to the agencies that have the data, but have not been responsible enough to make it available for people.
I want to say something to tap into what you said, and what I said earlier. You know, these climate disasters are seen as an opportunity because money comes in. You know, either because some groups want to help, or in our case, a federal government or the local government itself, it's able to reallocate under an emergency climate funds. But a lot of the funds came to Puerto Rico and left. That is no way to create local economic development in a situation where local economy, the local economy of Puerto Rico was already bad. There is data that came out from the Center of the New Economy. They took this data from the USA Spending website. At the time of the hurricane, Puerto Rico had about over 3,000 companies that were listed under SAM, and about a little bit over 1,000 that could take care or deal with disaster issues. Of those, so that's 34% of the companies listed for Puerto Rico, Puerto Rican companies, could deal with disasters. Of those, only 216, 214 were called to deal with an issue of the disaster. This is with the federal government. We don't know anything. There's no data about. This is FEMA, Army Corps of Engineers, the ones that make decisions for big projects. But for the money that came into the government itself, we don't know exactly where it goes, but we can guess that there's a lot of contracting from people from outside. And there's no problem with that if there's merit. But if we want to, if one of the things that we want to do is to improve local economy, local should go first. In fact, that's presumably FEMA's motto: local first. But that's not how it turned out. One thing that I found with small businesses, just think about this disaster. Businesses depend on energy. If you're a food business where you need to have refrigerated food, it's just even worse. I found, and I don't know if the technician over there, if he can put there is one particular slide, I don't want to put them all. So if you can go to one where there's a couple, go over. Let's see if I can find it. No, I think, there. So these are, I found this last month. They used to be my students. They graduated from the University of Puerto Rico. She's a biologist. He's an environmental scientist. She ended up having a master's in public health. She also has a certificate in as a midwife. At the time of the hurricane, he was doing his master's. They had created over the years a business doing local yogurts, organic, local products, no preservatives. The business itself was 5 years old when the hurricane hit. It took them a while to get the permit, and that's a problem for small businesses. Not if you're Walmart, but if you're a small business, it takes a while to be able to operate. They were doing fine. Then the hurricane came, and no small business is prepared for the lack of electricity that we experience in Puerto Rico. It was very expensive to maintain things refrigerated, but then there was the lack of food. There was no milk. The local agriculture took a hit, and for a while we didn't have a lot of variety of foods. It was at least in the short term, it was doomed to fail. They were insured. They're counting put that there because they recounted their story. We were insured. It's not like we were irresponsible. We met all the criteria that we had to meet. We worked really hard. We had the passion, but the insurance didn't cover everything. Unless your business is completely destroyed by the wind, you weren't covered. Their business interruption was not prepared to cover months and months and months of. So, it just didn't happen. It took them a while to find employment, but they did. They have professional degrees. But now, that dream of having, a dream of entrepreneurship, dream of having the control of what I do, it was completely lost. That doesn't mean that they might not be happy. It's just that, their pathways were much different than they would have wanted, and it had nothing to do with their education. It's just the situations. Yes.
He had a question.
We actually, we have a couple of questions, but
Okay.
it's lunchtime. Are you all okay being up here for people to come to you for questions?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so can we all give them a round of applause?
We will come to order. We will come to order. Order, order, order. So if you would, please, go ahead and take your seat. We're on a really tight schedule today, and I know a lot of you are still returning from lunch. The lunch was wonderful, the speaker was wonderful, but I promise you the best is yet to come. So I want to go ahead and introduce our speakers for the next 30, 40 minutes. Okay, bye. So we are really honored to have today two representatives from the JP Morgan and Chase company. We have Mr. Ted Archer, who's with the JP Morgan Chase Small Business Division, and we have Mr. Chris Wheat, who is with the JP Morgan Chase Institute. So they're going to be presenting today, so I would love for you to give them your fully undivided attention. And I know some people are going to be still kind of trickling in from that wonderful lunch presentation, but we want to go ahead and start. And so all of this is being streamed and being recorded, so just be mindful of your phones and what's going on. So it will be held in posterity, so just to let you know that. So I'm going to turn it over to our colleagues and partners from the JP Morgan Chase company. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ted Archer, and I look after small business initiatives from global philanthropy within the JP Morgan Chase Foundation. And for us, what that means is we have a series of programs, initiatives, and areas of investment that we look to make philanthropically that support the expansion of small businesses and business ownership globally. Our charge within global philanthropy is to really focus on areas that can expand access to underserved entrepreneurs, but it's also marshaling all the resources that a big money center like JP Morgan Chase can provide. You should know that what you'll hear from us today largely addresses the theme of the conference, which is research, which is evidence, actions and activities that can really propel small businesses to overcome some of the barriers that exist, specifically women-owned businesses and businesses owned by people of color. And that I'm mostly window dressing, and that Chris Wheat, who will introduce himself in just a minute, has a tremendous treasure trove of information and expertise that he brings to the table to advance our work, particularly in the United States. So before turning it over to Chris, I would just add a couple of bits of color for the work that we're involved in. So as you know, at a large institution like Chase, we're no strangers to just the idea that many of the barriers that exist for small businesses are things that we could have exacerbated, right? Or maybe even still do. But what that also does for us is provides an opportunity to be a part of that solution. And so a lot of the evidence base that's needed to address some of the unmet needs in the market start with partners, right here at the Cook Center. So Gwen and Sandy and the entire team have provided us this chance to partner to look at, as you heard this morning, some of the things that we often assume but don't know enough about as it relates to the conditions for success around small business ownership. What are some of the things that we know around starts and exits? And so Dr. Shapiro from Brandeis offered some of his remarks as well. But it's in understanding the evidence that's at hand that gives us what we need to formulate some of the solutions that can expand a wider opportunity for small businesses. One of the ways that we do that is through programs, research Chris will talk about in a minute, but it's also through some of the core work that we have at the firm. So while I and my colleague Kate Costa look after a budget, right, where we can work with partners and allocate capital. We also have core initiatives within our business that pay specific attention to what groups face. And one such initiative is called Advancing Black Pathways. Initially, we had a third colleague who was going to join us and talk about what Advancing Black Pathways means for our firm. But in short, for us, what it means is kind of threefold. One is it's us really naming what the issue is and who faces those issues. Advancing Black Pathways looks at three things. One is how do we find ways to advance careers, education, and wealth. And a few months ago, we spent some time in Durham right here with Sandy Nguyen and team, inviting participants from here in the community in Durham to really provide us with some of the local knowledge, but also, as someone put it earlier today, raise some of the things that can hold us to account. Right? We want to be partners in the work to really unlock opportunities, and it needs to be credible and authentic. And I think that starts with being part of formulating what solutions are. So it's a newer initiative, right? Launched this year, but I think what we plan to work with partners across the U.S. on in key cities are ways that we can unlock opportunities for jobs and skills, ways in which we can look at how, as an employer, we can do better. Just this week, we announced a Second Chance initiative, looking at ways to really unlock what it means for individuals with criminal records to access career opportunities, even with a large firm. And then finally, it's in really advancing, wealth creation, understanding that the trajectory of demographics in the country, wealth transfer as it exists, and will continue to be exacerbated going from white families to more white families, frankly, and exacerbating the wealth gap. We know that there are urgent needs for us to really address. So that's a bit of a backdrop for, I think, some of the more interesting insights that you'll hear from Chris, but I also wanted to give you a flavor for some of the different things that we're marshaling at JP Morgan to address many of the things that have been raised today as a part of our discussion. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Chris, to talk about really two unique reports that marshal JP Morgan Chase data.
Thanks, Ted. So as Ted said, I'm Chris Wheat. I lead the what we call our local business and commerce research team at the JP Morgan Chase Institute. So as Ted was just framing up, there's at least three distinct ways, I think, that our firm try to enter into this conversation. One is kind of through philanthropic efforts. One is sort of directly through the business. And then about 5 years ago, in a somewhat more broad brush way, the senior leadership of the bank thought another way that we could make a conversation, enter the conversation around a variety of issues having to do with the U.S. economy, is to take the data that we have from our customers and clients, anonymize it, hire research teams to analyze that data and try to produce insights, data series, public-facing reports to kind of move the policy conversation around and at least make it a little bit more informed about what we actually saw in the data. And so that is what the JP Morgan Chase Institute does as a whole. Just to give you a little bit of a sense of what that means, so we now are a medium-sized team of about 40 people, and we do research on actually a relatively wide range of topics, all of which you might have some lens on as a large bank, right? So we have de-identified, anonymized customer data from people, right? If you have a personal checking account or personal credit card. We have business data for small businesses, and some international markets and trading data from our JP Morgan platform. And that allows us to do research across the 7 areas that you see here: income and household spending, mortgages, the mortgage market, but in particular, and the work that we focus on is on small businesses. It's sort of a piece of this bigger pie. one of the reasons I think this is particularly important for the questions that I've heard discussed this morning, and I suspect we will discuss for the next couple of days, is it is hard to get good, high-quality, granular data on small businesses. Many of you are small business owners. I suspect if I sent you a survey and said, would you please fill the survey out and get back to me, you'd be like, I totally value what you're trying to do, but I am busy, I'm trying to run my business. It is really, really hard to get data on small businesses because small business owners are busy people. And so having the unique opportunity to get this data from our client base, which is relatively large, we have, call it 4 million small businesses that are clients in one way or another in the US, gives us an opportunity to see on a transaction-by-transaction level cash flows, balances, business starts and exits in a way that is very complementary, if nothing else, to the kind of data you might collect through surveys. And so I've been very blessed to be able to lead a team to analyze this kind of data. Mostly just to illustrate the kinds of things that we can do with the data. I think there were some reports here before, and apparently we ran out, so we're going to try to get some more if anybody's interested in the next couple of days. Just to review like a couple of top-level findings from 2 of the reports that we more recently did. Over the last 2 years, we've really been driving down to understand what we can distinctively say about small business cash flows and small business financial performance from the lens that we have. And so this is broadly speaking, a universe of about 1 million businesses. Some folks this morning talked about non-employer businesses, the ones that are mostly the owner of the business and not a lot of employees. That is a typical business banking customer that that's in our data set. So these are checking and savings account, business checking account customers for the most part. Some of them have employees, but we think these are mostly micro businesses. In that universe, we've been trying to understand a lot of things about their financial outcomes, one of which is a question about cash liquidity, like how much cash do you really have to keep running your operations? And the overall answer to that question is not much. Most of the businesses, independent of the race or gender of the owner, tend to work on a pretty thin cash buffer of less than a month, a couple of 2 to 3 weeks or something like that. We got very interested in the question of, well, how does that change on a neighborhood-by-neighborhood basis, in particular, given how much difference you might see from one zip code to the next in terms of wealth in that neighborhood or educational attainment in that neighborhood, or in particular, for this conversation, racial composition. So this is kind of the first time we tried to answer a question looking at things that are related to race and small business outcomes. Among other things, one of the things that you see is even at this relatively low threshold of having a certain amount of liquidity, 21 days is not a lot. It is sort of a lot for a small business. In majority white communities, meaningful shares have more than 2 or 3 weeks. This was the orange and blue bars on the top. Like the majority of the majority white communities, you see that's kind of what you see. In majority Hispanic communities and majority black communities, very, very thin cash buffers, right? Like overwhelmingly less than 2 weeks, and some less than that. So there's lots of communities where the small businesses are really working on a much thinner buffer to withstand any sort of unexpected expense, or sort of like if a payment is late, the exposure to running out of cash for one reason or another is quite a bit higher there. So we looked at a bunch of things in this report, but this was just sort of one to illustrate. Prior to that, we had done another report where we had an opportunity to leverage what we knew about the individual business owner's gender. So this isn't like sort of the community characteristics, this is the actual characteristic of the business owner. And again, it's hard to answer questions like this and try to like initially quantify this. But this report looked at both gender and age differences here. What I'm focusing on here is gender differences. Directionally, maybe not super surprising, although one of the slides I saw from earlier at lunch made me sort of want to understand what the differences are between the sample. In our data, at least amongst this population of largely micro businesses, non-employer businesses, in the first couple of years anyway, we saw that women-owned businesses had smaller revenues and lower growth. Also, by a segmentation that we did from these data, you could see that they were less likely to have large amounts of external finance, so $400,000 a year or more, kind of the VC style, although we don't know for sure whether or not this is money coming from a personal account or otherwise. But just as likely to be the kind of business that doesn't have inflows of finance from an external party, but actually growing a lot, so that over the first 3 years, 4 years, we're seeing that like 20% year-over-year growth that is often characteristic of high-growth firms. So sort of an interesting thing there about sort of how are different kinds of businesses growing. Again, this is really intended more to illustrate the kinds of things we're doing and to tee up more of a conversation than anything else. But it's one of the ways that this particular private sector firm is trying to enter this conversation, and something to think about, I think, in terms of how private sector firms can try to play more of a role, both in research, but also in kind of moving the conversation forward.
So Chris, one of the things you raised, which harkens back to another data point that we saw earlier, is the importance in cash flow management. And 21 cash buffer days is probably longer than most individuals have to buffer against financial challenges. But what we've been able to do with some of the evidence coming out of the JP Morgan Chase Institute, as yet another kind of public-facing, public interest part of the firm, is take that evidence, key in on some of the cities in the study, and then work collaboratively across some of our different partnership networks to introduce new interventions. Many of the interventions are pilot demonstrations, but they do show promise as it relates to ways to address financial health, ways to address cash management needs that small businesses have that they can't get from institutions at the larger level. One of those programs is called the Entrepreneurs of Color Fund. It's an initiative that we've partnered with a number of other banks and foundations on in the city of Detroit, and now 4 other cities, which look specifically at ways that entrepreneurs who are looking to access capital anywhere between $5,000 and $500,000 can get the assistance that's needed before and after a transaction, and particularly to help with what most small businesses need, which is support along a journey, not necessarily looking for capital as the objective, but capital as an on-ramp to grow your business to get to the next stage. That's a programmatic sort of outcome to using research. What are some of the ways that you've looked to influence policy makers? Your role sits in Washington, D.C. I mean, you obviously have access to a number of decision makers on Capitol Hill. How have you looked to leverage the research to engage those folks?
Right. I mean, I think, you see me choosing my words here. When we have engaged with policymakers, and it's the folks in DC, but it's also, as you know, as well as anybody else, it's also more local decision makers inside and outside of government. A lot of those decision makers and policymakers just don't have data on some of these questions, and so like a couple of data points, sometimes it's helpful for shaping or framing a conversation. So if you are having a conversation about moving the small business sector, and you're talking about small businesses that have 50 employees or so, and you're having a conversation there, and it's like, just as a reminder, and you don't need our data to know this, quite frankly, the census data would have told you this, but when you're talking about small business owners, most of them are much smaller than that, is a kind of thing that can be helpful kind of for reframing the conversation. Shining a light on cash liquidity as opposed to sort of as one of many forms of liquidity, right? You can get liquidity through having a line of credit, which is distinct, but like just introducing a couple of new concepts for people to think about is probably where we are right now. Sort of pushing data and evidence into particularly the federal conversation probably always was hard. That's going to be the end of my sentence. It's not any easier now than it was at some prior point.
Yeah. So we may have time. I see Dr. McCoy looking to raise his hand, but do we have time, Gwen? Is Gwen in here? Okay.
Oh, down there.
So while,
Questions? Who raised their hand? Oh, back there.
oh, sorry. It's a long way.
So when you talk about the difficulty of pushing data into the federal conversation, this is advocacy, right? Whereas arts organizations have things like Americans for the Arts, can you talk about what advocacy avenues are available that you know of? And if they're rare, which I suspect they are, what might the contours of that become so we can address this effectively?
That's a great question. So I wouldn't, if I were going to call what we do advocacy, I would probably need to segment that a little bit. So there's advocacy, which is like, we think you, decision maker, should do the following thing. And because I work for an institution that has advocacy per se, it's important to sort of, JP Morgan Chase would like you to make the following law as a thing that we hire people to do, like most large firms, right? It's part of the real world, right? What we do, I think, is try to introduce ideas and facts. So if what you wanted to do was this, well, here's some information that might be helpful to know when you make that decision, I think is where we, as the Institute, sort of parse that line. And I think that is kind of an advocacy. I want to sort of not call it that, because we are advocating for using more data to make decisions. You also asked where those opportunities are. That is a great question, and I mean, I honestly, if you can always sort of do the cold call, but I would be lying if it probably makes a difference that we sort of come with the brand of a large firm with us. And then we've taken some time to try to build a reputation as an institution that's generating sort of fact-based insights. But if I were to sort of break off and try to do this by myself, I think I would start to understand how much of that was Chris Weed is a smart guy, and Chris Weed has an organization behind him. And so I think it is a really hard question to figure out sort of how to make those inroads.
So could I offer just a little bit of nuance in that the Institute, right, as you mentioned, is not an advocacy shop per se. We do have those at our firm. But I also think what you've been able to do, Chris, is invite advocacy into the conversation for how you perform outreach for the data that is collected, and then how you shape the agenda going forward. And so you guys do either quarterly or monthly outreach and roundtables with a number of national organizations, some of which are advocacy organizations. For example, the Association of Enterprise Opportunity and others that represent interests of micro enterprise and small businesses.
We see them as our audience, right?
Yes, right, as the audience, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And the other thing that I should mention, because we announced it this week, is that our colleagues at the firm, we have colleagues at the firm that have recently stood up a policy center, which is unique for us. It's the first time that we've done it, and the core issues that we'll be tackling are focused on jobs and skills and second chance hiring, with small business as sort of a important but sort of next phase portion of our work.
Hi, my name is Talib Graves-Mans. I'm an entrepreneur in the Raleigh-Durham ecosystem that have been working here for the past 5 years, primarily focused on building my ventures, but also doing work in the community around advancing education for small business owners. And to be 100% blunt with you, there's not a lot of capital on the street right now for direct investments as well as technical assistance. And I've seen JP Morgan show up and Advancing Black Pathways that came to our event at Black Wall Street, and I know you all had a meeting here. So it's like the third or fourth time you guys are in our neighborhood. So I want to know if you guys have any conversations about putting some capital on the street within the 919.
Yes. And as you know, our company is over 100 years old, and there are places that we've been for a long time, and there are new places that we're kind of coming into our own, and I think the 919 is a brand new place for the firm. So I think a lot of what's happening now is the approach of having real conversations to figure out what, if any, is the right place for us to invest. And I think there are going to be a number of those. I've been doing work in the Raleigh-Durham area for a couple of years now in my seat, and I've gotten a chance to work with Sandy and Gwen and team to look at some of the national focus, but I think locally there is an opportunity to go deeper, and that's my expectation. So I would just invite you to continue to work with us, with our team, to find out what those opportunities are. And frankly, I think one of the most credible things that can be done is for us to ask, right, what's needed here? How do we actually partner in a way that's effective, that's not bringing New York or San Francisco solutions to Raleigh-Durham, sorry.
Hi, thank you so much for sharing this data and everything that you have been doing as a women entrepreneur. I'm with Chase, so thank you for your support. But at the same time, I would like to ask, we have seen a lot of data today, painful data of the reality of, where race and gender converge. So what is JP Morgan Chase is doing in terms of having fair practices when providing loans or supporting the minority business entrepreneurs? And if you are scaling that to other branches or areas on the banking industry?
Excellent question. And I will admit that we could probably talk a long time about that. I think what we will hopefully be in a position to, in our short time, share with you today is some of the ways we think that we should be and could be addressing some of the unmet needs in the market. And that starts with us first, and how we partner with community lenders, how we partner with organizations that can fill some of those unmet needs in the market. So I don't think it's any one thing, but I've been in a position to sort of see how, whether it's data or programs or some of the core things that we do as a firm when entering a new market can be solutions for some of the unmet needs.
Just one way to think about, this is mostly the stuff that Ted is doing, so I can talk about it. And you should tell me if I've got this right, but the way I think about it is it's the firm is like experimenting with things that are either in kind of the firm's view of its product space or maybe not, right? So with foundation dollars, you can do a program that is like, I don't know whether or not the firm would actually sort of build this as a product, but you could fund something. And it starts to at least explore the space of ways that you could provide, for instance, capital to a wider set of businesses than the bank otherwise would have done without that experimentation, exploration. And then I have seen lots of questions live about sort of like, okay, we tried this program, like, how could that be rolled into sort of what the profit-making part of the business is doing, and like, is this going to work or is it not? So, I mean, it gives me at least some level of confidence that that the work that the foundation is doing in terms of experimenting with programs is not completely, a separate hand from sort of how the business is thinking about it. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think that's fair. So we're in the sort of privileged position to be public interest within a large institution, and so our charge is to both identify what's needed and helpful in the market as it relates to removing barriers for small businesses, but it's also, marshaling and influencing internally, what happens. And I think there's a lot of opportunity for us to do that. But our perception is that it's not, we're a big part of what a solution could be, but we're not the only part of the solution. And we've seen a tremendous amount of of good examples across the country where there's a spark that could lead to something effective?
Good evening. My name is Betty Murchison, and I'm a business consultant, and I work with public-private partnerships around social justice issues. And I heard you, Mr. Archer, I believe, mention that you have a second chance initiative. I'd love to hear more about that and how that can be accessed, because as you know, a lot of people are coming out of prison and they have a really difficult job making a decent earning. They can get fast food jobs, but that's not enough to live on or to rent a place to live. So we're trying to help them, working with inmates to entrepreneurs, a program geared toward creating entrepreneurship for people who have criminal records. But while they will provide the training, we need help with startup capital to buy tools, if you're a carpenter or a mechanic, things like that. So is this something your initiative will help with?
So I have more questions for you than I probably have answers, but that's a great initiative. It sounds like not only is the timing good, but it's certainly in line with what our focus area is with the launch of our new policy center. Is that here in Durham?
It's across North Carolina.
Okay.
Based in Raleigh.
Great, okay. So I have lots of views related to barriers, regulatory and otherwise, supports for small businesses operated by formerly incarcerated and individuals with criminal records. Lots of barriers on the kind of state, local regulatory front. If you want to open a barbershop, for example, there are lots of barriers for you, and it's absurd. Or if you're a beautician, et cetera. There's a lot that I think we can sort of support as it relates to navigation, help, understanding what some of the key opportunities are, realistic opportunities are that could lead to scale. So I'd love to continue a conversation with you just on that piece. And we could point to some of our partnerships in Texas and in New York with programs that support this segment of small business owner.
Hi, I'm LaShawn Banks, and I'm here from Harvard, where I run a program where we deal with the mayors and chiefs of staffs and chief data officers and public officials from the top 40 cities across the country. And pretty much we help them influence policy to close this wealth gap. I'm here because Durham is my home and I actually live here and commute. But my question is a little bit for you, Chris. Especially when talking with folks that create this data and they get it in front of policymakers, stories can be spent so many different ways. And when we hear growth, there's such a tremendous difference between revenue growth and profit growth and employee growth, and especially when we're talking about minority businesses. So I'm just curious, do you really separate out what this true growth means? Because it may be different in different communities, which can affect access to capital. So just wondering, how do you take this type of approach when we're talking about the growth that really we need as minority businesses or women-owned businesses?
Right. No, that's a great question. And we have taken some pains to try to be clear about those different dimensions, in particular revenue growth versus jobs growth. Maybe revenue growth and profit growth versus jobs growth. And one of the reasons it was important to our team to do that was because so many businesses don't have employees and aren't going to have an employee, and that's like fine by way of that business owner. Like, they don't have an intention of growing past that, but it's still like 20 million households. In some sense, my opinion is that that ability to positively influence the lives of households, black or otherwise, quite frankly, has been overlooked in part because there wasn't really great data. But a lot of the data sources presume that you were an employer business, and I think that that's in some sense the way we kind of jobs are important. They are super important, but they get talked about a lot in this conversation, and it's a little bit taken for granted, why it is that we're talking about that to begin with. It may just be because that's the data that we had. So that's like one of the things that, by way of introducing new ideas for people to think about is like, are you concerned about taking a family that had a business that was making like $50,000 a year and transforming that into a family that's making like $300,000 a year? Like that's like if you could do that for 10 million families, like that might actually be a kind of growth that we care about that's like not always in this conversation, and it's one of the things we've been trying to draw attention to. So I don't know if that's responsive to, yeah. Okay.
Any other questions? We're gonna take one more question because we're really running tight on time. So one other question. Who's the lucky person? Okay.
Already a company that's been around forever, so you know what your focuses are. You know what you want to put money into and what you want to be the signature of contribution to what you've done and impact. So what are your focuses? Because, I mean, whether it's in tech ed, which would be great, or any other concentrations, what are you all's top 5 or say that when you go into the city, and what are you trying to impact?
Really good question, and I apologize for not framing my earlier response better. So Chris and I represent a small business focus area for our kind of corporate responsibility work, but our charge is largely inclusive economic growth. I mean, it's the idea that there are multiple levers to economic inclusion. The other 3 areas are workforce, jobs and skills, for example, financial health, and then neighborhood revitalization, which is for us primarily affordable housing. So within those 4 areas are places that we would look to invest dollars, time, energy, the expertise of colleagues who have spent a career working on these issues, and then ultimately capital and the things that money centers can bring. So I think I hope that answers the question, but I think those are big tent areas, but to enter into any market, and I think what we've learned from our work in places like Detroit is that there's no one size fits all, that we shouldn't assume that this is work that we should be doing or could do alone, and it's good to have big vision, but take manageable steps along the way to address some of the larger intractable problems. So that's why, to your earlier question, sir, we've had like 4 conversations that are kind of public on the public end, and I think it's on purpose because we want to make sure that we're focused and intentional, that we've carved out what we think a problem is with you, then are bringing the necessary resources to actually do something about it.
Wonderful. Let's give our guests a round of applause.
So I just wanted to say thanks again, and also to acknowledge all the other researchers that we've worked with hand in glove, whether it's Asset Funders Network, FHN. There's so much work that we have yet to do in conjunction with so many great partners. So thank you. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
All right.
We're going to get ready for our next panel, but please don't go anywhere. We're going to transition and get our panelists on stage. But I do want to mention a couple of housekeeping things, one of which is our workshop, which is being conducted by the Financial Health Network, will be in the HCA building. And so it'll give you a break to move to another space, which is right down the hall. Secondly, for those of you who are social media savvy, Twitter savvy, we have a hashtag, and that is hashtag RGE Conference. Hashtag RGE Conference. RGE Conference. Hashtag RGE Conference. RG. G as in Gwen. RGE, Race, Gender, Entrepreneurship. Yeah, RGE Conference. Hashtag RGE Conference. That's our Twitter handle for this event. So also tonight, if you are attending the debut of our exhibit on Durham's Black Wall Street. It's an original exhibit that we have commissioned. It will be premiered tonight at the brand new building on Duke's campus, the Kosh Alumni Building. So we have shuttles available to take you there and bring you back to this space if you are driving or if you're in the hotel. So the shuttles will pick you up here at the building, or it will also make another run and pick up those who have gone back to the hotel. And that will happen around 5:30. So I just want to be clear. So the shuttle will pick up from here at 5:30 in the circle here, and it will also pick up in the JB Duke Hotel. Questions about that? We have our ambassadors who are outside, and they will answer any questions that you might have. That's from 6 to 9. It will be the debut of the exhibit. There will be a dinner, and the Duke University Jazz Band is performing tonight. And so we are really happy about that, and it should be a wonderful evening. So we're going to bring forth our panelists, and so we can go ahead and get started, and we can stay on schedule. Fabulous.
In time is 3:20.
Yes, 3:20, but it's not in stone because the next piece is the conference.
Okay.
I mean, not the conference, but the workshop.
Got it.
So we're good. So if you go over, it's not a big deal.
Okay.
We're good. Wonderful. Terrific. So. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get started. We're introducing our new panel, and I will have Professor Ashley Rosette, who has been a tremendous addition to our center and working with us on a number of projects, including this project and the Black Wall Street exhibit. So Professor Ashley Rosette is here in the Fuqua School of Business, and she does a lot of work on implicit bias and looking at gender discrimination. And so I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Rosette, and she will introduce the rest of her panelists.
Hi, everyone. Thanks, Gwen. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Fuqua. I am exceptionally excited to have the opportunity to moderate this panel on such an exceptionally important topic. As Gwen mentioned, I'm on faculty here at Fuqua, where I teach a negotiations course as well as a women in leadership course. And much of my research is on diversity and leadership, specifically on race and gender, intersectionality. However, I am not an entrepreneurial scholar. So I am hoping to learn as much as you are from our esteemed panel. And so let's kick it off and just ask our panelists to introduce themselves. And then I'll jump in with the questions. And the goal is to maybe have about 30, 40 minutes of discussion by our panelists, and then open it up for about 30 minutes of Q&A. Sound good? Good. All righty. And we'll start here.
Hi, everyone. I'm Monique Woodard. I'm a venture capital investor based in San Francisco. So I'm one of the 3% that our lunch keynote speaker mentioned. I was at a fund, I started my career in investing at a fund called 500 Startups, where I invested in the US as well as Africa. And then I left 500 Startups to start a new fund called Cake Ventures that I'm raising right now. Across all of my investing, angel investing, as well as venture capital investing, I've invested in recently turned into 55% of my deals have been in companies led by women, and 60% of my deals have been in companies led by underrepresented founders of some sort. So that may mean Black, Latinx, LGBTQ, veterans. And I've also been working with Rockefeller Foundation, Cerna Foundation, and Living Cities to work with 3 cities, New Orleans, Albuquerque, New Mexico, and San Francisco, on how to create new capital constructs that deliver inclusive investing and more equitable outcomes for entrepreneurs of color in those cities. I think that small business is really important to our cities, but I focus primarily on high growth businesses that create dozens, if not hundreds of jobs, create anchor institutions in cities, and where new companies can spin out of those anchor institutions.
Awesome, thank you. Melissa.
Hi, my name is Dr. Melissa Abad. I have a PhD in sociology. I am currently a research scientist at the Stanford VMware Women's Leadership Lab, where I focus on the occupational trajectories of women of color in tech and finance. Really just asking the question, what strategies do we use to navigate corporate America, and what's corporate America doing to either keep us in or push us out? And so I also want to say thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. To be in a room of Black excellence is, it doesn't happen very often when you get these letters, so it's great to be here.
Hello, everyone, again. I am Fenaba Otto. I am currently an assistant professor of consumer science. I'm also the Lorna Jorgensen Wendt Professor of Money, Relationships, and Equality at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. I'm actually currently visiting at the Sanford School of Public Policy here at Duke University, and am an affiliate of the Cook Center for this academic year. So my work, or my research, broadly speaking, examines the role of increasing wealth inequality in our society and debt for family and households. And in particular, I've been looking at the role of wealth inequality amongst older women and young adults. And more recently, a lot of my work has focused on racial disparities in student loan debt and the short and long-term consequences of debt for young adult households. And I just had a couple of reports come out, one on the millennial racial wealth gap, which I'm sure some people will like to discuss a little bit more about that, but also how we think about debt, how it differs amongst different populations, what is meant by good and bad debt, and how we think about what student loan debt, how student loan debt is operating in the lives of Black borrowers. So I've been working a lot around those topics, but I can also speak to, as I said, racial wealth inequality amongst women and young adults. So. Awesome, thank you so much. Monique, let's start with you. So in your introduction, you quoted some facts that I'm sure were pretty eye-opening to a lot of us, and that you've had a lot of success, and 55% of your investments have been with women-owned companies. How does that happen without a mandate? Numerous funds and numerous entities say, the purpose is to invest in, Black and Latinx companies and so on. You, however, have done it successfully without that mandate. How does that happen in that way?
Yeah, so, I think there are a lot of funds out there that are taking the strategy of being very specific about that mandate. And those funds are out there and they're very early and very nascent, so it's hard to tell, how successful that will be. I've never had a mandate around the types of founders that I invest in, but I have a really broad network of amazing women who are starting companies, amazing people of color, especially Black and Latinx, who are starting companies. And I think it takes, one, you need to be, a investor of color who has a seat at the table. I think that so many of the funds and, whether it's private equity or venture capital, just don't have anyone around the table. You look at their team page and it's, 6 white men in hoodies who all went to Stanford together. And that's obviously not me. And so, when I come to the table, I come with a very different network. And so if your network is very homogenous, you are going to invest in the same kind of person over and over again. My network tends to be a lot more diverse, and so I'm able to invest in very different people. I think the other really big and really important piece is that you have to give these investors autonomy and the ability to write checks. Because just because you have a seat at the table doesn't mean you can write a check. You've still got to go into that Monday morning partner meeting and sell this investment in Blavity and have them ask why is a media platform for Black millennials important, right? And so if you are the only one at the table, you're not going to get that deal through. If you are the person, the fund manager of your fund, like where I'm moving into, and you have check writing authority, you are going to get that deal done. And so I think it's twofold of more Black and Latinx and women fund managers, being able to go out and raise significantly sized funds. You know, it's really a shame that not very many women fund managers, and especially not very many women of color fund managers, have been able to raise a fund over, let's say, $10 or so million, right? That's not a lot of money in the venture capital industry. And so it's going to take family offices, corporates, insurance companies, pension funds, all these places where venture funds and private equity funds get capital from to say, look, we are going to invest in a Black woman fund manager and give her the authority to make these early stage deals.
Right. I think you're highlighting a very important point, right? And that is it helps when you're the decision maker.
Yeah.
Right? Someone I've followed is Arlen Hamilton. I know you don't talk a lot about the backstage, but for those of you who don't know her, she had, you know, right? You know her. And so her goal was to raise enough capital to fund a $36 million fund such that and the sole purpose would be to invest in Black women, right? And so, but there's difficulty in doing that and challenges that, you know, that she's faced in doing that. But she's attempting to be a decision maker and to be at the table, which is where you are, which is why you're telling us that you've had quite a bit of success, which...
Yeah, and, you know, we need more of us who have that opportunity to be decision makers. I mean, you know, Arlen should be able to raise a $36 million fund, a $50 million fund, or whatever.
Right.
But we haven't been able to get there yet.
Right.
And so figuring out how to hack that ability to get there and to get down the road with family offices, endowments, all those people who make decisions is really important. And if we don't figure it out, it's going to stymie our ability to invest in these entrepreneurs who have great ideas and great companies.
If you had to list, like, in your opinion and in your vast experience, that number one barrier that you think is the thing that prevents this from going to the next level, what would you speculate, or what would you think that it is?
Well, I think, you know, people ask me all the time, what are the barriers for entrepreneurs of color? And I say it's two things. It's access to a network and it's access to capital.
Right.
You solve those two things and, you know, everything else is a little bit easier, right? And people will succeed or fail on their own terms. Right. Well, for fund managers and investors of color, it's the same thing. It's access to a network, access to capital. Access to a network meaning for, let's say, a fund one, you need to be able to go out to high net worth individuals and get them to invest in your fund. If you don't have a network of high net worth individuals, you are not going to raise a lot of money, right? Or you need to be able to have institutional investors say, okay, we're willing to invest in an emerging manager, where an emerging manager does not mean I just spun out of Sequoia with a partner that I've worked with for the last 10 years, right? Because there are no Black partners at Sequoia. And I'm picking on Sequoia, but there are no Black partners at a lot of firms. So it's those same two things. It's access to a network and access to the capital.
Yeah, echoing some of the things we saw in the report that was out. I'm going to shift a little bit, and I'm going to come back to you, and I'm going to go to Finava and just and ask you a question about your research. So much of your research focuses on understanding wealth inequality, as you noted in your introduction. Can you tell us how your research better informs our understanding of the gender wealth gap?
Sure. So I'm going to set the stage a little bit. I feel like we've been talking, you know, starting from the beginning this morning. And to just be clear, when we're talking about wealth, right? So wealth, definitionally, it's the difference between total value of your assets minus your liabilities, right? Your debts. But in the United States and us scholars who study wealth, wealth means so much more, right? Wealth is not just that definition. It's access, it's insurance, it's power in our society, right? And so when we're talking about wealth and when we're making this distinction between from income and wealth, we're talking about all those things that allow people to, and especially in the context of our discussion in this conference, the ability to take risk and take substantial risk. And if those risks do not pan out, being able to rebound and live to see another day, right? And survive and persist. So I think that's really important to kind of underline where we're talking about, where we're starting from when we're talking about wealth. And when we talk about, when we start parsing that down and disaggregating it by race and by gender, and we talk about wealth gaps, we're saying that there are systems in place in our society that have created wealth-enhancing opportunities for a particular population and wealth stripping or wealth exploitative opportunities for particular Black communities and other communities of color. And what we find is that as a result, these patterns, these gaps persist, and they perpetuate themselves across generations, intergenerationally. And so, in particular, if we look at women's wealth gap, which we're discussing right now, we have pay inequity. So that was raised earlier in this morning. The inability to, policies such as the lack of childcare or maternity leave for women who work in jobs where they can't access, these same types of programs, and so these lead to inequities in the ability to generate the same amount of wealth and income as their male counterparts. So really thinking about how the policies in place and systems in place do not allow women to generate, in particular Black women, the same types of income and wages that their male counterparts tend to generate in our society. So that's just the income. Obviously, there's other markets that we look at: housing, business sector, which is the focus of our conference here today. But where do the policies seep in where they are not getting access to resources that allow them to generate wealth? And if you can't take the risk, if you don't have the wealth, you can't take the risk, right? You don't have the insurance underlying your decision or the ability to pursue the dream, pursue the idea to the same extent as other people do in our society. And I also want to highlight that because of these inequalities, because of these persistent inequities, when people take those risks and they fail, they have to start. They have to. They don't get the same opportunity to start back up again, right? That's really what we're seeing. Like the ability to redefine or restart again really is hindered if you can't succeed on that first go round. Mm-hmm. And I think that needs to be said as well. That's something that persists in our work.
Yeah. So now, you described it very broadly, right? The phenomenon. Yeah. But in terms of your research, like what's like the latest, greatest finding that you have in a recent paper, or the things that's on your desk right now that you're like most passionate about in this area that you could possibly share with us?
Yeah, so it's not a good story. It's not a great story. So as I said, I've been spending a lot of time recently on student loan debt and racial disparities in student loan debt and how it's contributing to current racial wealth inequality. And so one of the things that we see if we look at the literature on Black women entrepreneurs is that they tend to be highly educated, have college degrees. But if we parse the racial wealth gap just looking at college graduates, it's the largest, right? So Black-white wealth gaps amongst college graduates is the largest. What we see in jargony or academic speak is that there's huge selection as to who can be able to make risk once you have, and who can succeed in that pool of women who are entrepreneurs and are succeeding in their businesses, right? Because they're starting with, as all the research that was shown this morning, with a lot less capital, a lot less access to resources. So they are persisting despite the greatest amount of odds, and among millennials with significant amount of debt that has been pushed on them in a predatory way, and is inhibiting their ability to generate wealth to the same extent and at the same rate as their white counterparts. So I think the explosiveness and the focus on student loan debt is, I think, rightfully so, because it has been so pervasive amongst millennials and amongst recent cohorts of young adults. But really, we need to start thinking about how it's disproportionately impacting Black borrowers, Black college attendees, and how it is inhibiting, or it's going to inhibit future asset accumulation, business ownership, and much more long-term consequences. So that's where my work has been really focusing on.
Yeah, I think it echoes one of the themes that we saw first during the first session that really caught my attention, something that I did not know about millennials, and the idea that you can have an unmarried man and an unmarried woman, and the unmarried woman has a substantial amount more of student debt, and then just the effect that that has, 10 years later on wealth, because it's a two-tier in terms of wealth, right? It's what we get, what we bring in, but also what we owe. And so that aspect of it was something that that I didn't know. So I think that's some really cool stuff you have
There's
going
some great
on.
simulations out here that I've looked at, if you can't start accumulating or you're paying down debt at the same time as others are starting to make investments and save and start making those initial investments into business, it can really delay the amount of wealth accumulation over time that you acquire as you age throughout the life course. So really, some long-term impacts.
Good deal. Melissa, I want to shift to you and your research. So in your introduction, you talked about your focus on what happens within the organization.
Sure.
I thought it really interesting. Tom Shapiro in his discussion earlier was talking about those things that drive people out of the organization and into entrepreneurship, and this idea of control, right? Having more control over your own space and your own time and your own fate. And your research focuses on these career trajectories of women of color and varying organizational practices. So I would ask you, what organizational practices would you say most contribute to or help to reduce the wealth inequality for women of color?
I think it falls into three categories. I think first, there's a question of how do we value talent and how do we interpret talent, right? One of the popular phrases in the Bay Area is this idea of the leaky pipeline, right? When it comes to diversity in STEM. And the thing is, being at Stanford, working with, being able to work with undergraduate students of color, and to hear stories from them about the different forms of discrimination they face in their internships, job interviews, et cetera, and then I go to tech companies and tell them, and they're really surprised because they think, well, Stanford should be the bulletproof vest. And the thing is, it's not the case, right? So it's a question of access and a question of how you interpret who is talented. And then once you determine that we're talented enough to be in the room, right? It's the extra hurdles we have to continue to jump to prove that we're still smart enough to be in the room, that we're not the diversity hire, that we're not the affirmative action case, right? And I don't think I need to tell this room that more often than not, we have to be 3 times as smart, work 5 times as hard for like 60% of the income, right? And so the question is, to your point, the answer to your question about organizational practices is, why is it that we create environments for talented women of color and other underrepresented groups that we have to do that work? Because when I think about the technical expertise of the women I've gotten to interview over the last 2 years, I mean, it's there and probably higher than some of their counterparts. But they have to work so hard to earn the trust of their colleagues about whether or not they belong in the room that I think it pushes them out, right? So that's one practice. The other practice is where we're funneled in, right? So we can talk about the talent and the value of talent and how that's racialized and gendered. The other thing we can talk about is what jobs are we concentrated in? If I meet one more woman of color who, like, a couple years into the industry wants to go into diversity and inclusion, my heart's gonna break, right? Because the thing is, research has shown for decades that once we're funneled into diversity work, it's gonna be very hard to move out of that, right? The work I did before I got to Stanford was on nonprofits, right? And there were some comments during lunch about nonprofits and being funneled into these spaces. I think the other conversation that's not had is, why are nonprofits, education, and healthcare where we are concentrated? What is it about these industries that make them more accessible to us as women of color than like a tech company? Because, at the end of the day, tech pays more than all these other industries. So that's the other piece, right? So it's talent, it's access to industry, it's how we're funneled into jobs, right? I just tweeted this, but one of my colleagues co-wrote a paper that evaluates the pay gap in federal agencies. And what they find is male-typed organizations are more likely to pay men more than women, right? And so if it's gender neutral, it's a human capital question, right? So we had to think about the character of the workplaces, the extent to which there's a masculine ideology about what the workers should be, and how that influences how we're getting paid.
Good deal. There was so much in there to attempt to unpack. The first point is emphasizing what emotional labor looks like, right?
Yes.
And emotional labor for women and women of color is oftentimes exceptionally high.
Yes.
It's draining, and that pushes us out.
Yes.
We also talked about the idea of concentrating us in occupational segregation in terms of where we are. Now, I'm curious, let's push that a little bit further, right? So we know the phenomenon occurs, we know it occurs frequently, documented, the stats are there.
Sure.
But in your opinion, what would you say would be the systemic procedure or policy that you have noticed occurs in organizations that perhaps is most responsible for that type of segregating?
I think recruitment, right? Where do we recruit? Again, being in Silicon Valley and hearing people's practices about what schools they go to, one of the things I do when I go into companies is, if you want innovation, why are you recruiting from the same 3 schools? And then, so there's recruitment practices. The other thing is, right, talking to people about how recruiters make decisions about which resumes to screen, right? Do you want, and I have a problem with this language, but I'm using it anyway. Do you want a diverse hire or do you want a talented hire? The fact that recruiters are making that distinction is extremely problematic, right? And so studies have shown, to your point, if we create a blind process of recruitment, your diversity pool increases, right? And so then, let's talk about retention. I think Silicon Valley has a lot of money and throws a lot of money at diversity initiatives, but there's no system of accountability. I really appreciated the question during lunch today about what's the system of accountability, right? We can talk about it in public policy, but we can also talk about it in organizations, right? And who's responsible for pushing that system of accountability in the organizations versus who gets to actually exercise their expertise, right? So it's a question of, to your point earlier, the emotional labor, the cultural taxation that happens for underrepresented groups in these companies. And so, so I think those are definitely some of the practices that reinforce these different forms of segregation.
Yeah, no, thank you for offering the practices as well as some of the solutions, because we know in a lot of organizations that have actively attempted to blind, they've had quite a bit of success. Actually, some companies have, created groups where they have hired people under their traditional way in which they would normally hire, and then half the group, and then hire the other half with a blinding procedure just to see what happens 3 years later. And what they found is that some people that would not have even been hired, right, under the regular processes, but were hired under the blinding processes, were actually some of their best performers. So we definitely need more companies that take that aggressive aggressive stance and consciously decide to recognize where these biases are introduced. And then the idea of retention. We can't just get them in the door, right? But we also have to make sure that they know that they belong, and they're actually included. So there's diversify first, and then there's the inclusion as well as the belonging around retention.
And excuse me, and I think in the Bay, what I find the problem is there's so much money thrown at recruitment with ignoring retention, right? And I was talking to someone last night about this, right? The different generations, actually it was you. The different generations of people in the workplace, right? And there's a lot of us young professionals can learn from the people who've preceded us, but if you can't retain them, if you're creating such a toxic environment that they have to leave, then I think I'm starting from scratch. But the thing is I'm not starting from scratch. And I think a lot of young women of color face that. It's like, who do I learn from? Where do I go? Right? And that lost history means we have to reinvent the wheel, which prevents progress from happening, right? So it's not a formal organizational practice, but the informal practice becomes a formal practice that then continues that segregation process.
Right, and manifests and continues and perpetuates.
Yes,
absolutely. So Monique, Melissa introduced the concept or the idea of occupational segregation, and that many times that we are, in what I call the services, right? The human services, the social services, nonprofit services, and so on, but not necessarily in STEM. Right? And so many entities have an array of STEM and STEAM, which is a new thing, and where's Kristen, adding the arts to that programs. Can you kind of share your perception and your experiences about whether the focus on women in venture and technology has been equitable equity beneficial for women of color compared to women with this focus on STEM? Can you give a little insight there?
Short answer, no. And let me tell you how that occurs. So a few years ago, when the Me Too movement initially started, we had a lot of legacy venture capital companies who are taken to task about their lack of having female partners on their staff. And then you saw all of these venture firms go out and hire their first woman GP. It was usually a white or Asian woman. I don't know of any Black women or Latinx women GPs who were hired around that time. And it all happened because LPs held limited partners, people who invest in venture funds, held them to task over it. You have not seen any such movement for having people of color broadly at the table, and certainly not women of color. What you have seen is organizations spring up that say they are interested in seeing more success for women venture capitalists. So far, that has largely meant white and Asian women venture capitalists. And Black women VCs and Latinx women VCs have sort of been left out of that conversation. And so when you talk about all these initiatives to see more women in those investing seats, so far we've really only seen white women, centered. I think for the Black women in venture that I know, we've seen some women come into the industry who are really junior, and that's a really great thing. What we've unfortunately seen is not very many senior women who are either in senior roles at firms or able to start new firms.
Right.
And in fact, I think that most of us Black VCs who are senior are actually bypassing sitting at the table and waiting around for someone to promote us to managing director at an established firm, and we're taking the much harder route of going out and raising our own firms.
Which is what you're doing.
Yeah.
Well, one, we applaud you for doing that. That's the first thing.
Applaud me when it's done.
Yeah, I know the difficulties. I have some of those conversations. But let's stay in the big firms for just a moment, right? Those individuals, oftentimes you don't choose to bypass, right? So now, if you're in those big firms, what do you think it's going to take to move the needle? So like you, 2017 was, just a haven for gender discussions in so many different, corporate environments, here at Fuqua, all across Duke. If you wanted anything women-related done, you got, you had many people because there was that pressure. Absent that pressure, right? Absent that external pressure, what do you think it's going to take to move the needle such that we get that same response, that same energy we had around women of color?
It requires a monetary event. So it requires a firm or an investor missing out on something because they didn't have representation around the table who could have told them that this was a thing that they should invest in.
Yeah.
That's it. Money only moves the needle. That's it. Nothing else. Okay? Money moved the needle for me too. Like, the only reason why white and Asian women got a seat at the table was because the volume on Me Too was so high that limited partners were saying, you're not going to be able to get money from us unless you fix it. It wasn't because it was some altruistic, we're going to do the right thing sort of movement. It was money. So money makes things happen.
So I have a comment that I'm going to bring Melissa because I see she wants to go. That is a bit depressing, right? In terms of having hope. Because what you just described is money, but money is going to be on an individual basis, right? It's going to be on a firm by firm basis. Whereas what you saw with Me Too, that was an industry, that moved because of that. So am I right to be depressed by your response?
No, because it's tangible.
Okay.
I get money. It's tangible, right? So if firms lose out on the next big company that goes public or that has some sort of major liquidity event, then they will say, oh no, we should have had the person at the table who could have told us that this was great. And then you will see an influx of people coming in. Now, that's not to say that there aren't great people, great investors, great white male fund managers managing funds who are, in some cases, trying to do the right thing and want to know, how do we, I get this question all the time where they ask me, well, how do we support women in venture? And I say all the time, the only thing you can do is give us money or share deals, right? And I don't want like the bad deals that you are not going to fund. I want that deal that you're giving to the person that you went to business school with. That's the amazing deal that you're cutting him in on. I wanted access to that deal, right?
But you told me not to be depressed, but I think I'm even more depressed by that response because it's contingent on certain things occurring, and that gives the power of movement to someone else. And so I'm trying not to be depressed, but I am a little bit. Now, Melissa, you got to chime in because you're like, I got to say something here.
I think I very much appreciate the big data we've been seeing all morning. I think, but to your point of women of color, none of this data cross-cuts, right? We're not centering women of color. When we ask questions, when we do the investigation, we're not talking about what's the experience of black women and how do I, to be a true social scientist, generalize, right? And how do we frame the problem? So I think it's a question, first we have to think about how we're collecting the data. So many companies are not collecting the data. They're not collecting the data at the intersections. And if we begin there, then maybe we can flip this conversation, right? To address some of the things Monique brought up.
So actually, I was going to defend him, but because of that response, let me go to you because it leads into a question that I have for you.
Okay.
And so, Melissa, there does not exist a lot of research on women entrepreneurs in general and women of color entrepreneurs specifically. So the fact that we have AFN and we had Tom's report, I mean, that's a huge start, and it's so much more than what we had previously. So my question to you is, if you were in control, you are a researcher.
Yeah.
What additional research is needed to better understand this phenomenon with regards to women of color? Because the problem with intersectionality research is that once you start dissecting, and your N gets so small, you don't have the ability to generalize, and then you don't have that interest that you would like from a broader scope. So how do you balance that? So what research would you do? Yeah, where would you start?
I'm going to be an idealist, right? Because you're asking me where to start, and I don't operate in a box. Okay, so first it'd be a critique of the academy. How do we make space for deep, grounded, critical work? How do we start with the stories of women of color? How do we center that, right? To apply the lens of intersectionality on organizational practices since grad school. And people are like, what are you doing? I was like, these stories need to get told. I don't know what I'm going to find, but to your point about the N is small, I have to start on the ground, right? Because the N is not small. It's just if you're using a big data set, talking about generalizability, you're not going to get the 30 women of color. But if you start with the 30 black women, who will then introduce you to like 50 more, because we roll deep like that, then just truth to power. Then we can, maybe it's not about the small N, but it's about doing the careful, rigorous work of finding the women where we are, right? And the women of color where we are, and seeing how we do it well, right? Because, so then, one, start with women of color. Two, let's talk about our successes, right? To your point from earlier, this data is really depressing, right? But some of us have made it. And how do we center those stories, right? Because when I think about whether it was me coming up as a student or me being like an early career professional, there aren't many people who look like me doing what I'm doing. So one of my personal missions in doing the research that I do is to make visible the success stories of women of color so that the next generation knows that they're not alone, that there are examples, right? And it demystifies the process. So that's where we start, is we take the time to find them because they exist. I also think it begs the question of how we understand wealth and how we conceptualize wealth, right? And what that means. There's income, there's debt to liability, debt to asset ratio, right? But let's talk about what Monique said in terms of social networks and how do we capitalize the knowledge in these social networks to help us grow collectively, right? Because I think, I'm going down a rabbit hole. When we think about capitalism rewards the individual entrepreneur, but I know my success is a collective process, and when we shift our mindset from the individual success to the collective success, I think that's when we can start seeing this change.
Okay, wonderful. Now, I'm going to push you a little bit further.
Sure, yep.
Because what I heard you respond to my question with is the sample, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so we're going to start with the 30, and then we're going to sample on the dependent variable. We're going to start look at the successes.
Sure.
I didn't hear your research question. What's the research question? What are we asking?
The research question is what makes you successful and what are the barriers? It's that simple, right? So when I started the interviews with women of color in tech and finance, how did you get into the industry, right? When other students, white and Asian, because I'm also on a project with youth in STEM at Stanford, it's fascinating. The degree to which it's accidental versus intentional by race is fascinating, right? And so I think successful women of color in elite professions have to a certain degree, have to be a lot more intentional than some of our other counterparts, right? If I have an extended network of people in the STEM fields, of course I'm going to get into all this programming that's like cultivating me, and I'm going to code by the time I mate, right? So that's one question. But really, I'm a grounded theorist, so sometimes it's just, I don't know what the question is until I identify a pattern, which again is not popular in social science, but I think that's where we discover new questions.
Yeah, a grounded approach, I think, would be very informative. So I think I hear you saying is that we saw a lot of stats this morning.
Yes.
A lot of stats that made us pause for a moment.
Yes.
Some of the stats was those teeny weeny bars.
Yes.
Right, let's go in and let's figure out what's happening in those teeny weeny bars.
Yes.
Good stuff.
Thanks.
Finaba, we scratched the surface just a few moments ago and we talked about bias, right? Just a little bit. We talked about bias, but in your experience, what role do you perceive that bias plays in these varying barriers that women face? So a lot of the things this morning we talked about were structural and they were systemic and institutional, but if we're talking about the individual level, or you can go at the higher level, whichever aspect of bias that you choose, implicit, explicit, subtle, blatant, or otherwise. What role do you think that bias is playing in these barriers?
Yeah, so what bias does is it distorts people's perceptions of reality or a person's abilities. And so and I want to be very specific to the case of what we're talking about here in business and in corporate America or whatever, everyone has biases, everyone carries biases in making decisions, but if a decision maker or the people at the table hold biases, that is where this is where we replicate these gender issues and these gender biases and racial biases.
Can I stop you right there? It's not the question of if. We know that we hold these biases, right? That's like a base level. If you live in the world, you have a certain level of bias in terms of how women should be perceived, blacks should be perceived, black women should be perceived, Latinx women should be. So we know that occurs. It's not an if, right? Okay.
When the bias is being held by a decision maker that is distorting a person's ability to access capital, to access the jobs, to stay employed, to persist, to get into the wealth-generating positions, that's when a bias is an issue, right? So, we can all, as you said, we all have our biases, but we know that when a person is actively acting on those biases in decision-making positions, that is the problem, and that is what we need to address, and that is what what we're talking about here, and that allows for persistent inequalities and inequities to fester.
So now we know that these biases exist. What do we do about them? So I am a black woman. I want to start a business. I know that when I walk into the bank or when I walk, into her office, that other people are going to perceive me and ourselves. Is what my research says. Is that it's not just other people perceiving us, how we perceive ourselves. What do we do about it?
So I'm not sure if you're gonna. Well, I'll just say, I don't think it's on the onus of the individual, of the person, to address the bias. I don't think the onus should be on women. I don't think it should be on women black women. I don't think it should be on women of color to address the bias, right? It has to be on society, and that's, I have a policy background, so I'm policy-based, solutions in order to address these types of issues, because we can't rely on individuals to, and particularly the recipient of the bias to fix these. One thing I would like to say also is that until the time when we are a majority or a collective mass in these spaces, I think we have to be able to identify allies and the people that are going to be able to be in the room, the supporters, the advocates, who understand these issues and can speak to these issues and call out these issues, right? Until that time, and also in conjunction with policy-based solutions to address these issues. So they do exist, they are out there, they're just not enough of them, and we need to make sure that we can call out and say, this person is an ally. And I will also say, call out the toxic people. So I have a lot of discussions in academia about toxic people in positions of power and decision-making power. And people say, oh, this person, what do we do? How do we work around them? Well, we need to call them out, right? We need to remove them from those positions. Like, just slowly move their office further and further until they can no longer, or they should not be holding those positions, especially if you think it's impacting how people perceive your organization and your business, you know, and you don't want to be viewed that way, then they gotta go. They gotta go. So, yeah.
So I'll say two things on that before I open it up to the questions. And that is, it can sometimes be really, really difficult to call that person out, especially when you're in that position of subordination to start with, whether that's with regard to identity or position. The other thing is that I think that sometimes it's not fair, it's not right, but it is reality, and that is sometimes we have to actively manage those perceptions and counteract them in order to get to those places such that we are decision makers. So definitely something to consider there. I think I will now open it up to questions, if you have any, for the last 20 minutes.
Differences in power. Well, what is a toxic environment? And under what? I mean, there are I imagine that there are moments or conditions where we can actually call them out, even if they're out there. So even if they are in a different position of power. So what were you thinking when you said toxic conditions?
I think if it prevents someone from doing their work or their job to the level that they know and believe that they can do their job. I mean, but it can be health.
That needs to be called out. If it gets to, regardless of if it's delicate.
Right. So I guess I don't want to divert the conversation too much, but I think, you know, bullying behaviors, these types of behaviors that people kind of understand and have in their work environments, but also in meetings and, you know, whatever.
What would you recommend? So you are in that position.
And just to move, before you move on to that question, let's just be more explicit, right? There's bullying, there's harassment, there's sexual harassment, there's gender discrimination, there is racial discrimination, there's immigration discrimination. So all of those types of things could create a toxic or hostile environment.
Right, and I guess I just want to say that all of these things can exist in spaces, and when people think, when they don't see us in those spaces, we should think about, are all these intersecting toxicities in this space, you know, and the people that are there need to think about, why aren't these people there, and are they breeding or continuing to create a space in which those types of toxicities are allowed to persist.
Alyssa?
I also want to say a lot of these forms of discrimination are very apparent. Most of them are not, right? Let's talk about microaggressions, right? Those little paper cuts, right? How many times does a woman, I remember interviewing a woman who was excluded from, right, those informal networking events because she had a baby. And she had a male colleague say, well, no one told you to have a baby. She's like, it's not that big of a deal. And I'm like on the other end of the phone being like, okay, I'm ready to like put my arms up, right? And so, so that's one thing. Sometimes it takes us a very long time to recognize it. And once we've put all the pieces together, right, it's like, well, now what? Because I've let it happen for so long. So I think first, to answer your question, we have to have these conversations early and often, right? The number of women of color I've interviewed who are like, I'm in here by myself, it's just me. And then I'm like, well, no, I've interviewed 30 women before you, and it's not you, right? We're not being transparent about how bad it is for each of us. And so first, let's have that conversation. Once we have that conversation, let's figure out what we can do. Like my colleague said, find out your allies. Right?
You cannot do it alone.
You can't do it alone, and we shouldn't be the ones naming it, right? Because our financial and professional security, like, rests on it. Let's talk about angry black woman syndrome. Let's talk about all these things, right? And so if we have a counterpart that's maybe in a more professionally privileged position to do the heavy lifting for us, then it helps, right, ease the emotional burden that we face. And I think we have to make decisions about what's best. I interviewed a woman in her 60s who, very clear case of racial discrimination, but she's like, I'm a few years from retirement and like full pension. she had to make a decision about what was best for her in the long run, right? And sometimes it's really just being transparent and being vulnerable to recognize what are our challenges and what's best for me economically, psychologically, et cetera.
Yeah, there exists a typology that gives recommendations in terms of, whether it's, the subtle to the blatant, and whether it's proximal, personal, or organizational. And all of those things kind of fall within the rubric that you were just describing, and they dictate or they document how people tend to respond under those varying dimensions. So I think the short answer is it's contextual, and it depends upon you, because you have to be careful about fear of retaliation. You want to be that trailblazer, but you want to be that employed trailblazer, right? You don't necessarily want to be the one that, leads the trail out the door because of, the activism. So it is very, very contextual, I think, and situational in terms of, what's your risk factor? I think if it happens to, someone who's unmarried and has a nice little nest egg versus someone who is married with 3 kids, may not, well, then there's a certain level, of risk that's there. So I applaud the effort of calling out. I applaud the effort of considering allyship. And I think both of those ideas recognize the aspect of context, and also the idea of subtle versus blatant, I think is very distinct, because you're saying it's hostile, right? I think that's when you say it's blatant, right? The subtle aspect of it is much more difficult to prove, but it's also one of the principal reasons that people leave. The blatant you fight, the subtle you tend to leave, because you don't leave the organization, you leave people and what they've done to you.
So one more thing, and then I'll show up. So these are solutions to, like, from the individual that is being the recipient of the harassment. So these are things that we can do, and we know for a while what happens. That some things are hard to define when you're trying to complain. But what do we do? What recommendations then should we do so that working spaces, work businesses, what recommendations can we make in terms of what these workplaces should have, so that the silence, the culture of silence, is less, because it's kind of like a culture of silence. How do we minimize that? How do we make these places a little bit harder? How do we make it a little bit harder for these places to support this culture? I mean, yes, I can do things at the individual level, but how can we make it harder so that those that have power and are there don't feel that they can rely on the culture of silence?
Monique, you want to chime in?
So I don't work within an organization, so that's one. But if we're going to talk about it from from an industry standpoint, you can push those people out. I mean, there are certainly people who've been pushed out of industries for their behavior, and there's an accepted sort of behavior that you have in an industry, and once people step outside of those lines, they get removed.
The other thing I would just chime in is that you're describing observer silence, right? And we know that there's a lot of research out there that helps to institute what we call bystander intervention, right? So instead of just watching it occur, it actually, because here's the thing, not everyone is a bad person because they're silent, and some people want to speak up, but they don't necessarily have the tools to do so. So recognizing the power of allyship, the power of intervention by the bystander, the person whose group isn't necessarily targeting, and the organization recognizing that just as you have all these other types of training, you should also have this type of training as well, especially if your organization has a history of these types of culture, but it does have to come from the organization to introduce this as a phenomenon under consideration. And we often know that those cultures in which have hostile environments for women or for underrepresented minorities, regardless of they tend not to be those that are going to be bringing in that type of training. And many times we see that an organization that has, like we saw at Uber, right, 25%, women engineers, but slowly went down to less than 5% because of that culture. So. Question up there?
So I'm happy that you all have
as a non-person of color, I guess, how would you like allies to make themselves known to you, or what can they do, or how would you like them to advocate on your behalf, understanding that a lot of the allies that might be surrounding you have, not necessarily the power to write a check to fund your startup or tell the boss that they're exhibiting bias any more than you do. So how can the allies around you help, and how would you like them to interact with you to help kind of mitigate some of the negatives that you've been discussing?
Lisa, you want to chime in?
Tweaking language for a second, right? Advocating on our behalf. How about partnering with us in the struggle, right? First. Second, having a conversation, right? Professionals of color in elite spaces, more often than not, have to be the one building the bridge across difference. Most of us have spent our entire education and careers doing that. What would be nice to see is it go in the other direction, right? To survive in predominantly white spaces, professionals of color have to learn like a variety of languages, right? Especially if you want to stay tied to our community, right? And so I invite you as an ally, like, what do I need to learn so I can be a better person, right? Put yourself in the position of as a student, right? Because when we walk into spaces, we have to figure out what language do I use, how do I show up, and all of these things, right? And so if it's long story short, it's building the bridge in the other direction, making yourself vulnerable, right? I'm a student, please help me. And actively listening, right? I think it becomes, the danger becomes, well, I'm an ally, I'm the expert. You may not be the expert, right? And so just learn the language, learn the vocabulary, and listen to the stories.
The other thing I would say, no, you please, you're the panelist.
I don't think it has to be as specific as, you walk into a meeting and you go, hey, I'm an ally, right? Like, yes, don't do that. But it's really, it's really about how you exhibit behavior, right? And so, I was at an event a week ago and I was speaking and, someone came up to me after I was done and asked me a very similar question. And I said, it's all about, when I walk into a room and it's a room full of white men, let's say, right? Is anyone coming up to me and saying hello and what do you do, and being curious about just me and what I care about, right? So it's that opening of a bridge, right? And then also, I talked to this person about the transference of privilege. So if you know someone that I should know, but I don't, you make that introduction. You transfer that privilege that you have and that network that I don't have to me in order to you don't have to write a check, you don't have to, invest in something I'm doing. But what's great about being an ally is that you don't necessarily have to do that, but you can introduce me to someone who can be helpful to something that I'm doing. That's that transference of privilege that a lot of allies can do.
Mm-hmm. There were 2 points there that I was going to make. One, you made the first one. The second one I would say is, so once you identify yourself as an ally, the first thing you said is that you didn't necessarily know your power. The thing is, you have a great deal of power as an ally. Mobilize other allies together. I mean, having an ally, group, if you're working for an organization, I'm going to be the leader of the male allies. I'm going to be the leader of the race allies. I'm going to be leader of the immigrant. So identifying yourself, that alone has power, because when you walk into the room and people they don't know that you're an ally, people want to know who to go to, right? And think about how much easier it is for you to go to them than them coming to you in those spaces, those dominated spaces.
And just one more quick comment. I'm in I have been in a lot of rooms where I have to bring up a company and argue about it and defend it and, try to get other people to believe in the company that I want to invest in. One of the things that a really close friend of mine, he's a close friend of mine now, but we used to work together, did is, we would support each other on these companies. And I would, bring a company to the floor, and then if people were not feeling it, he would say, I think, to piggyback off of what Monique just said, blah, 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 here's why this company is great, right? And, it's very easy in those rooms for women's voices in particular to get subsumed. And so you as an ally can easily make sure that that doesn't happen by saying, I think Monique just said that thing you were trying to now repeat as yours, right? And just do that simple thing.
Right here.
We talk about emotional labor today, and Melissa even mentioned the paper cuts. And a lot of times, everyone has to pay the cost to be the boss, but the cost that we pay is exponentially higher than others. Is there research being done in academia on the mental health and the cost of being a female entrepreneur or woman entrepreneur?
Female entrepreneur. Fineva or Melissa, you want to chime in there?
Not that I know of.
I was with you, and then you said female entrepreneur, and I was like, oh, because there's lots of work on the mental load of being Black women, you know, just existing in our society.
Sure. And it's done in different elite professions. I can't think off the top of my head. Like, that avenue is beginning to get explored. But in terms of entrepreneurship, the field is far behind.
I know you have, you had your hand up. Oh, this one, and then.
This morning, we, Mr. Bolding started off with the word decency. And really what I'm hearing is that this is all about decency and not about power. And, you know, I appreciate that we all need to strive to be decent and that that's the culture that we want to live in. But I'm old enough to remember when this conversation was happening, and I'm not sure that we've moved the mark that much. You all are amazing, and there are a number of you on the stage. But I'm just, you touched on something, Monique, which was about money and power. And, you know, it sounds like we're still asking permission for somebody to give us something or to be decent to us. And a lot of this conversation is not about the what or the can, but the how. How does that change, that structural change happen? And I do feel like that's something that, and you know, with the power that we need to, at least if we can't change it, we need to really recognize that that's what this is about. It isn't really just about decency and one person recognizing that, hey, I can be an ally, teach me how to be a better ally, because that's a conversation we've been having. And I don't mean that to be a Debbie Downer, but I do think that we have to really recognize what we're talking about. You all are successful because you're talented and you're smart and you've been able to exert power where you needed to exert power, but you are really still the exception. And so until we figure out something that's more structural, at least we should be kind of lead with that when we're thinking about this whole conversation.
Monique, do you want to respond? What's her comment? Oh, not anymore?
Oh. Well, I guess my comment is, as it relates to allies, and I hear your comment, there are instances when people don't even know that a toxic environment exists, right? So it's not being the quiet observer. It's really understanding the organizational culture and working within those constraints. And there are ways to do it. There's a cost to it in many cases, but we wouldn't be sitting here if that didn't happen some years ago, right? So as it relates to your question in the back, I think there are times when we've made a comment at a board meeting and nobody heard it, but when someone else said it, they heard it. But the person who repeated it doesn't even realize that you said it,
right?
Because we're in this context of, you know, her voice doesn't mean a whole lot. So I think it's a growing situation that we continue to vocalize and sometimes make quiet noise. Sometimes we have to make quiet noise, and that is operating in the context that we're not going to conform. We're going to work within, but we're not conforming. And we're going to lead by following. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I'll leave it at the comment. We have this side over here.
This side over here, yes.
While you're passing the mic, the invisible woman syndrome, right? something that sometimes people do is what we call perception checking. So the time to check that perception is not in that meeting frequently because people will say, why are you so bent out of shape? But the time for perception checking is after that meeting. And the thing is, if you perception check enough, what the research says is that if the person is open, then it will reduce the likelihood that it'll happen again. But that perception checking is one way. And what the suggestion is that you talk to that person, hey, I mentioned, X at the meeting. Not in the meeting, but after, the meeting. And then if it happens again, you do it again, right? And then if it happens again, you do it again, making them aware subtly, but with the less likelihood of having retaliation. Yeah.
I just wanted to jump in right there, and it relates, I think more than decency, it relates to trust. We don't trust each other. And we've not really made an effort to do that across ranks, across races. And once we can develop trust and respect, then we can have those kind of conversations.
Right.
Thank you for the two comments from the two sisters in front of me. What I would also offer is that, and Carmen and I both do a lot of racial equity work, and what I'm looking for is not an ally, I'm looking for an accomplice. I need somebody. That's right. I need somebody who's going to come with me when I call. I do who come on and go, no questions asked. Allies fine for those that want them. I want an accomplice. We both going down to the police station together. So what I would advise anybody who wants to accompany me, and this is what our white friends do, is start educating yourself now about what we're going through. There are all kind of caucuses. We belong to a group called Organizing Against Racism, and we meet together and we form groups and we have discussions and we get to know each other and get to understand the problems and the issues, because you can't advocate for me if you don't understand what I'm going through. And then we break apart in groups. We have people of color group where we can get together and talk about our stuff, and then there are white people organizing against racism who meet together and they talk about their stuff, and we come back together as a group. So anybody who wants to accompany me, you're welcome to do it, but I want you to do your homework first so you know, because we can't just go out here in this cruel world and pretend that everything's okay, and we're going to be in trouble. We're going to have some issues. Thank you.
Was there one more?
Well, that sounded good. Hey. I heard a number of things that really made me want to share. The Federal Bureau of Prisons is 89 years old this year. And in that 89 years, I am the only African-American female that has held the position of Chief of Security at a United States penitentiary. That time was one of the most difficult times in my life because it is an extremely exclusionary environment anyway when you're dealing with law enforcement. But you can't, a lot of folks ask me why did I go that route, because I could have gotten the warden a different way. But I told them because I should be able to get to warden any way that I want. And they're not going to give you the end, you have to take it. And one of the things that you also have to remember is it's a lot easier when you can point to someone and say, this person is discriminating against me, that person is discriminating against me, and then you can call them out. You can if you need to, but generally what they use is systemic racism. So when they use systemic racism, what they do is they dig up this 50-year-old policy that you violated that everyone else has always violated. No one even knows that the policy is on the books. Okay? And they say, well, you violated this policy. We're not discriminating against you. You violated this policy. And then when you say, but everyone violates this policy, they go, well, we're not talking about everyone.
Everyone, we're talking about you.
We're talking about you.
Yeah.
Okay? And then everyone else is like, oh, you tried to take us down with you. So the bottom line is that, and I did think about it with the question about the ally, and thank you so much. And I've heard it a couple of times in here, but I did have such allies, people that said, well, you know, I think that this is a good idea. And they said, you know what, man, I think that's an awesome idea. He said, yeah, it was even good a few minutes ago when LA said it. Okay? When you have someone that's not afraid to stand up, and you do have more power, it's just that by virtue of the fact that you live with that power, you don't recognize it. But you have more. And I love the fact just that you asked. And that is amazing. And then what we do is when one of us does get into that environment, because it's going to cost you. You got to pay the cost to get in there, because there's a lot of people that don't want you in there because you don't look like the rest of them. But when you do get in there and you do pay that cost, when the next one comes along, be there for that one. Don't say, well, you know what? I had to pay my dues. It was hard for me, so it's going to have to be hard for her too. My job is to make sure that it's never as hard for anyone else as it was for me.
Yeah. So first and foremost, congratulations on all of your achievements. You are a role model for, I think, many individuals. And so the fact that you're someone who is paying it forward and is going to be pulling up, you know, that gives us hope. But in everything that you said, you summarized a lot of the highlights of the discussion. So my job is minimal, but talking about systemic bias, we didn't really talk about that a lot, and that's just scratching the surface. Allyship and the cost, right, of speaking up. And I think most importantly, and that is, if you make it, make sure you're pulling other people up. So a lot of fantastic highlights. As we wrap up, I want to give my panelists the final parting words, whatever they may be, your thoughts or your summation of what you have heard or hear, or perhaps that one piece of advice that you think gleaned from this discussion, or the one piece of advice that you tend to give out most frequently when you find yourselves in these discussions. We can start here with Monique. Is that okay?
Let's start at the end.
Okay, we'll start here with Melissa.
Or do you want me? Or
Yes. Want to start? Okay. I guess I just want to say that I think in hearing, I loved all the comments and questions that we received. I just want to be clear that the systems are in place. They're inherently unequal, and a lot of people benefit off of the inequalities of the ways that the systems are formed. And that's what my work does. It calls out those inequalities and shows how the systems and the structures in place are built and set up to make sure that they persist, because relinquishing power is hard, right? So, so I just want to say that I appreciate Monique's point about money, because I do think money is important. So you have, if you're going to bind yourself to someone in solidarity and allyship and as accomplices, how you have to prove or show or make the case that we are both going to be more powerful. We're both going to have more economic growth. We're both going to have more profit. We're all, like the whole organization, because the inequality, because there's too many people benefiting off of the inequalities that are inherent in the system for them to want to change it just based on trust and goodwill and decency. I don't need to be negative, but I think that that's the case.
Thank you for that. Melissa.
3 things. First, recognize your own power. Second, find people who don't let you forget how powerful you are. And then third, don't ask for a seat at the table, but build your own table.
All right. And last?
So just for all of the allies and accomplices in the room, of all races, you know, one of the things that I've seen happen is that for an ally, their ability to help, sometimes a male ally, their ability to help and support sometimes ends where my ambition begins. And I think it's really important that you all support the ambitions of the women who are around you, even when their ambition goes beyond you, right? And that's it.
Awesome. With that, I think we should give our panelists a round of applause. And I will turn it over to Gwen, who will tell us what's next.
So thank you, and amen, sisters. So we are going to prepare for our workshop, which is right down the hall in the HCA classroom. and just take a 15-minute break and get you some coffee, some refreshments, and we will move there. And at 5:30, the shuttles will come.